Mark. I made a small mark on the wall. Remark. At the end of the meeting, he added a short remark about the project's progress. Spark. His casual remark became the spark that generated a new idea. Arctic. There are concerns that the melting of Arctic ice is depriving polar bears of their habitat. Alarm. I set the alarm for 6 o'clock. Arm. He used his muscular arms to the fullest to carry the heavy luggage. Charm. Her bright smile has a mysterious charm that instantly attracts people she meets for the first time. Forearm. I felt a pleasant fatigue in my forearm muscles after hitting the ball back hard in tennis. Harm. When handling strong chemicals, you should wear gloves to avoid causing harm to your skin. Harmful. Air pollution has a very harmful effect on the human respiratory system. Harmless. That spider looks scary, but it has no poison and is a completely harmless creature to humans. Armed. The building was heavily guarded by security officers armed with guns. Arms. To maintain peace, the international community restricts the excessive proliferation of arms. Barn. The farmer carried the freshly harvested hay into the large red barn. Yarn. My grandmother knitted a sweater for me with soft wool yarn in preparation for winter. Sharp. This kitchen knife is very well sharpened and sharp, so you must be careful not to cut your finger. Sharply. Following the economic downturn, the company's stock price fell sharply in afternoon trading. Sparse. Because the region is extremely dry, the vegetation is very sparse. Harsh. He used harsher words than necessary toward his subordinate's mistake. Marsh. Many rare migratory birds and aquatic plants live in that marsh. Part. After dating for several years, they decided to live apart to follow their own paths. Art. She has shown a talent for art since she was a child and is now a successful famous painter. Cart. I borrowed a cart at the supermarket entrance and loaded it with a week's worth of groceries. Chart. He summarized the sales data in a chart. Depart. At the scheduled time, the plane moved toward the runway and departed for its next destination. Heart. Even when facing difficulties, he never lost heart and kept trying until the end. Part. This component is one of the most important parts for maintaining engine performance. Smart. He is a very smart thinker and solved the complex problem in an instant. Start. The new semester has started, and the classroom is filled with the voices of expectant students. Partly. The project's failure was partly due to a lack of preparation. Compartment. Each compartment of the train is equipped with comfortable chairs and a small table. Department. She belongs to the physics department at the university and is studying the basics of quantum mechanics. Partnership. The two companies agreed to form a strong partnership for new technology development. Hearth. On cold winter nights, the whole family gathered around the warm hearth and had a good time. Carve. A skilled craftsman carved a beautiful figure of a bird out of hard wood. Starve. The adventurer lost in the desert almost starved to death with no food or water. Hospital. He complained of severe abdominal pain and was rushed to a nearby general hospital by ambulance. Cost. Latest smartphones are very convenient, but the cost is also quite high accordingly. Costly. Repairing that old car would be very costly, so I am considering buying a new one. Wash. He washes his hands before meals and always tries to stay clean. Allot. The teacher fairly allotted presentation time to each group within the limited class hours. Blot. He dropped his fountain pen and made a large ink blot on the important document. Jot. I quickly jotted down the important business I heard over the phone in my notebook so I wouldn't forget. Lot. A new library is planned to be built on that vast lot in the future. Not. He didn't get the result he expected and looked discouraged, shaking his head. Not. Plot. The plot of that mystery novel was so clever that I didn't know who the killer was until the very end. Rot. If wood is left in a humid place, bacteria will quickly multiply and cause it to rot. Trot. The horse moved at a brisk trot, heading pleasantly through the meadow. Lots. He won lots of prize money in the lottery and went on a round-the-world trip, his long-time dream. Cause. The police began an investigation to identify the direct cause of the fire that occurred last night. Cosmic. Astronomers are trying to unravel cosmic mysteries using the latest telescopes. Cosmos. The astronauts gazed out at the jet-black cosmos and reaffirmed the beauty of the Earth. Participle. In English class, we learned the usage of participles, such as present and past participles, which use verbs like adjectives. Cabinet. He installed a new steel cabinet in the office to organize his documents. Habitat. Forest conservation activities are being carried out to protect the natural habitat of that rare bird. Inhabitant. The inhabitants of the island still cherish and preserve their ancient traditional events. Habit. He has made it a long-time habit to wake up early every morning and go jogging. Inhabit. Many rare lizards that have evolved uniquely inhabit that remote island. Labyrinth. Beneath the old palace lies a complex labyrinth that is impossible to escape once you enter. Shabby. The exterior of the old apartment is shabby, but the interior has been surprisingly beautifully renovated. Establish. He succeeded in establishing his own company, which had been his long-time dream. Establishment. That old restaurant is known as the most historic establishment in the city. Fabricate. He fabricated a story that never happened and reported it to his boss to hide his mistake. Laboratory. In the university laboratory, students are working hard on developing new materials. Elaborate. He devised an elaborate experimental plan to prove his theory. Fabric. The fabric used for these curtains has been specially treated to block out light. Fabulous. The piano performance she gave at the party was fabulous, rivaling that of a professional. Vocabulary. Encountering new words through reading is the best way to increase your vocabulary. Bachelor. He is a bachelor enjoying his single life, immersing himself in his hobby of fishing on weekends. Congratulate. Hearing that a colleague was promoted, all the team members gathered to congratulate him. Stature. He established a high stature in the academic world due to his significant contributions to the field. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Natural. It was perfectly natural to everyone that she succeeded after her hard work. Supernatural. He is interested in supernatural phenomena such as ghosts and telepathy that cannot be explained by science. Statute. According to the statute, this act is clearly subject to regulation. Statue. A giant bronze statue honoring the city's founder stands in the center of the park. Radical. To solve social problems from the root, a radical reform that breaks existing frameworks is necessary. Adequate. After intense exercise, adequate hydration is essential to replace lost fluids. Inadequate. His explanation was inadequate and failed to convince all the participants of the meeting. Straddle. The village straddles the river and is connected by two bridges. Madden. The situation where the computer froze repeatedly, hindering his work, maddened him. Ladder. He leaned a ladder against the wall to climb up and repair the roof. Sporadically. It only rains sporadically in that area, and water shortages are a constant concern. Address. In his speech, he addressed the serious problems facing the local community. Gather. Before the storm arrived, the villagers gathered in the square to discuss countermeasures. Rather. I would rather live in the quiet countryside than in the city. Geographical. The summit of Mount Everest is located on the geographical boundary between Nepal and China. Demographic. The company analyzed customer demographic data to narrow down the target for its new product. Traffic. During the morning commute, the main street is filled with cars, creating heavy traffic. Affluent. Many affluent people live in that area, and the streets are filled with a sense of luxury. Agonize. He agonized alone for several days over which path he should choose. Agony. He waited for the ambulance to arrive while enduring the intense agony of a broken leg. Magazine. He buys a specific magazine every month to get the latest fashion information. Baggage. He cast aside his mental baggage of past failures and started a new life. Stagger. He was so shocked by the news that his legs gave way, and he staggered into a chair. Aggravate. Touching the wound too much caused the inflammation to aggravate further. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Agriculture. The invention of agriculture made it possible for mankind to settle in one place and build civilizations. Tragedy. The loss of a promising young life in a sudden accident was a great tragedy for the entire city. Imaginary. The children were playing happily while having conversations with their imaginary friends. Majesty. The giant cathedral possesses an overwhelming majesty and beauty. Agitate. He agitated the labor union members to protest against the unfair dismissal. Fragile. This box contains fragile glasswork, so please handle it with care. Imagine. Close your eyes and try to imagine yourself surrounded by a white sandy beach and blue sea. Pageant. As the main event of the Harvest Festival, a colorful pageant was held by people in magnificent costumes. Graduate. After graduating from university, he started an internship at an overseas company. Undergraduate. He is currently an undergraduate student in the engineering department, learning the basics of robotics. Exaggerate. He tends to exaggerate stories to make his own achievements seem greater. Tragic. The accident in which many young lives were lost was a very tragic event for the entire country. Adjective. To enrich English sentences, it is important to use adjectives appropriately to describe nouns. Gradually. As spring approaches, the time the sun sets has gradually become later. Gradual. It was a gradual change. Tackle. The rugby player made a powerful tackle to stop the opponent with the ball. Faculty. He has an excellent faculty for language acquisition and mastered 5 languages in a short period. Sacrifice. He continued to work, sacrificing his own time for the sake of his family's happiness. Evacuate. As a massive typhoon was approaching, residents in coastal areas evacuated to shelters on higher ground. Spectacular. From the mountain top, we could enjoy a spectacular view of the setting sun. Accuracy. In scientific experiments, the accuracy of data is one of the most important factors. Accurate. In scientific experiments, accurate data is essential to obtain reliable results. Accurately. Thanks to the weather forecast accurately predicting the typhoon's path, damage was kept to a minimum. Analogous. The function of a CPU, often called the computer's brain, is analogous to the functions of the human brain. Analogy. To make complex scientific theories easier to understand, he explained using an analogy with a familiar example. Allocate. The company properly allocated the limited budget according to the importance of each department. Analysis. The economist performed an analysis of current market trends using the latest statistical data. Hospitality. Thanks to the warm hospitality of the hotel staff, I had a wonderful vacation. Mortality. We must not forget that all humans are subject to mortality. Nationality. The soccer team has players of various nationalities, making it very international. Reality. Chasing ideals is important, but sometimes it's necessary to face harsh reality and create a plan. Vitality. She has undiminished vitality even in her 80s and still continues to jog every day. Salad. For health, I make it a point to eat a salad with fresh lettuce and tomatoes at every meal. Valid. The expiration date for this coupon is the end of this month, after which it will no longer be valid. Galaxy. Looking up at the night sky, a giant galaxy made of countless stars was shining beautifully. Talented. She has been extremely talented in the field of music since she was a child, and her future looks very promising. Challenge. He is taking on a new challenge. Balance. Keeping a balance between work and private life is essential for maintaining health. Talent. She has displayed a talent for music since childhood and has won numerous competitions. Gallop. At the rider's signal, the horse began to gallop across the meadow at full speed. Malice. He continues to harbor a quiet but deep malice toward the person who betrayed him. Palace. Around the magnificent palace where the royal family lives, gardens with beautiful fountains stretch out. Ballot. On election day, voters wrote the names of their preferred candidates and dropped their ballots into the box. Ally. The two countries formed a military alliance to face a common enemy and became encouraging allies to each other. Salary. By taking on a responsible position at the new company, he began to earn a higher salary than before. Originality. That work has wonderful originality. Personality. Her bright and sociable personality is positively changing the atmosphere of the entire team. Punctuality. The punctuality of Japanese railways is world famous, and even a delay of a few minutes results in an apology. Alley. He walked through a narrow alley off the main street to take a shortcut. Rally. Citizens held a large rally in front of the city hall to call for the construction of a new park. Valley. In the deep valley surrounded by mountains, there is a small river with crystal clear water. Shallow. The river was so shallow that we could take off our shoes and wade across. Flammable. This spray can contain flammable gas, so caution around open flames is necessary. Examiner. The examiner watched the whole classroom strictly to see if any students were cheating. Contaminate. Toxic substances discharged from the factory severely contaminated the water of the nearby river. Diameter. In math class, we learned that the diameter of a circle is twice its radius. Damage. The car suffered severe damage in the accident. Camel. In desert travel, the camel, which can walk long distances without water, is the most important means of transport. Mammal. Whales and dolphins look like fish, but they are actually mammals that breathe with lungs and raise their young. Famine. The prolonged drought destroyed the crops, and the region was struck by a severe famine. Grammar. To master English accurately, it is essential to correctly understand grammar as well as vocabulary. Stammer. He has a habit of stammering when he gets extremely nervous and finds it hard to speak. Amicable. They decided to divorce but are maintaining an amicable relationship for the sake of their children. Dynamics. He is a social psychologist who studies the dynamics of human relationships within groups. Examine. The doctor examined the condition of the bones in detail, using X-rays to identify the cause of the symptoms. Manager. As the project manager, she constantly keeps track of the team's progress. Analyst. The market analyst predicted the future trends of stock prices based on the current economic situation. Analyze. Scientists analyze the vast amount of data obtained from the experiment to prove the correctness of their hypothesis. Unanimous. Unanimous approval was obtained from all board members for the start of the new project. Planetary. Scientists are investigating planetary environments on celestial bodies other than Earth where life can exist. Janitor. Early in the morning, the school janitor was carefully cleaning the hallways. Sanity. Amidst his heavy workload, he tried to maintain his sanity through his hobby of gardening. Vanity. He has strong vanity regarding his appearance and sometimes spends hours in front of the mirror. Manage. He managed his busy schedule well and finished all tasks within the deadline. Anecdote. He shared a funny anecdote at the beginning of his speech to relax the audience. Panel. A panel of experts gathered to exchange views on the new energy policy. Planet. Earth is the only planet in the solar system confirmed to support life. Manner. He always treats others in a polite manner, no matter how busy he is. Anarchy. In the chaos following the government's collapse, the city fell into complete anarchy with no law or order. Botanical. Over the weekend, I visited the National Botanical Garden where rare tropical plants are on display. Mechanical. The watch doesn't use batteries. It operates solely on a mechanical system of springs and gears. Sanitary. To maintain public health, a sanitary environment is always required at the market. Humanity. He was a commander with true humanity, showing mercy even toward his enemies. Organic. For health, I try to choose organic vegetables grown without pesticides. Volcanic. The island was formed by volcanic activity and still occasionally emits smoke. Banish. In the past, the king banished nobles who rebelled against him to distant islands. Vanish. When the wizard waved his staff, the large box in front of him vanished without a trace. Instantaneous. Using the latest optical communication technology, information exchange with the other side of the world can be almost instantaneous. Manuscript. The library of the old monastery houses precious manuscripts written in the Middle Ages. Canyon. Clear water flows at the bottom of the deep canyon created by tens of thousands of years of river erosion. Companion. During his solo journey, he met a like-minded companion heading for the same destination. Annually. A large music festival is held annually in October in this city. Annual. The annual parade was held on the city's main street, as it is every year. Manual. He read the thick repair manual from cover to fix the machine. Capitalize. The company didn't miss this perfect market opportunity and capitalized on it to maximize profits. Capital. London is the capital of the United Kingdom and the center of politics and the economy. Appetizer. Before the main course, a cold tomato soup was served as an appetizer. Appetite. Because he had a fever from a cold, he had no appetite at all, even for his favorite sweets. Apathy. The apathy of young people toward politics has become a serious problem, and voter turnout continues to decline. Rapid. Technological progress is so rapid that products become outdated after only 6 months. Rapidly. Due to economic globalization, world markets continue to change rapidly. Happen. Something no one could have predicted happened, forcing a major change in the plan. Evaporate. The heat from the sun caused the puddles on the ground to gradually evaporate. Capitalism. The economic system of capitalism, which values free competition, became the driving force for promoting innovation. Unhappy. He feels very unhappy in his current work environment, where he cannot fully demonstrate his abilities. Happiness. Having been able to open his own shop, which was his long-time dream, he now feels the greatest happiness. Applicable. This discount system is applicable to everyone who can present a student ID. Paragraph. The second paragraph of this essay contains the core part that the author wants to emphasize the most. Narrative. The novel depicts a boy's growth using a compelling narrative style. Barrel. In the winery, large oak barrels filled with the finest wine were lined up. Baron. He built a vast fortune in the railroad business and came to be known as a railway baron. Barren. The land was rocky with no vegetation, and a barren landscape stretched for miles. Carriage. Ancient aristocrats moved about in luxurious carriages drawn by beautiful horses. Parish. He has been active as a volunteer at the church in his local parish for many years. Carry. He carried the heavy luggage by himself and climbed the stairs to the third-floor room. Barrier. A barrier was installed on the highway to prevent vehicle entry. Arrow. He drew the bow with all his might and released a sharp arrow toward the target. Ambassador. He was appointed as the new ambassador to deepen the friendly relations between the two countries. Classify. The librarian accurately classified the newly arrived books by genre. Massacre. History textbooks record the tragic massacre of innocent civilians during the war. Fascinating. The documentary introduced the ecology of deep-sea creatures with fascinating footage. Assassinate. Throughout history, many important leaders have been assassinated for political motives. Fascinate. The beautiful architectural style and historical stories of the old castle fascinate the many tourists who visit. Audacity. Everyone was surprised by his audacity in directly opposing the president's opinion. Capacity. This hall has a capacity to accommodate up to 500 people. Acid. Lemons and vinegar contain acidic components and have a distinctive sour taste. Placid. She has a placid personality and does not lose her composure no matter what difficulties she faces. Passage. The ship threaded its way through the icebergs and passed through a narrow passage in the sea. Castle. There is an old castle on the hill. Facile. I have to say his argument is a very facile conclusion, based only on superficial facts. Assassin. In the movie, An unidentified assassin slipped through tight security to approach the target. Fasten. Please fasten your seatbelt securely before the plane takes off. Passenger. When the plane arrived at the destination, the passengers started gathering their luggage all at once. Asset. Her language and communication skills are a great asset to our globally expanding company. Classical. He prefers listening to classical music, such as Bach and Beethoven, over modern pop. Classic. I like listening to classic music. Massive. Massive concrete breakwaters are built on the coast to prevent high waves. Passive. He rarely voices his own opinions and always takes a passive attitude during meetings. Aspect. Before starting the new business, he considered every aspect, from market research to funding. Pastime. He considers reading the best pastime and often spends his weekends at the library. Disaster. The massive typhoon that struck the region caused a catastrophic disaster to the infrastructure. Master. After years of training, he finally mastered the skills of traditional craftsmanship. Pastor. Every Sunday, the pastor of the church delivers a sermon based on the Bible to the gathered believers. Plaster. The craftsman carefully applied white plaster to fill the cracks in the wall. Asteroid. Astronomers are constantly monitoring the orbits of asteroids that could potentially collide with the Earth. Masterpiece. The museum exhibits an undying masterpiece by a genius painter representing the Renaissance. Drastic. To prevent the company's bankruptcy, drastic reforms, including staff cuts, are necessary. Elastic. This material has elastic properties and can handle intense movements. Enthusiastic. She is very enthusiastic about the new project and works late every day. Fantastic. The night view from the observation deck was fantastic beyond words. Plastic. Plastic materials can be molded into any shape by applying heat. Sarcastic. He often speaks in a sarcastic way, which can sometimes offend those around him. Lasting. His words left a lasting impression on the hearts of the young people present. Nasty. When he gets angry, he sometimes hurls very nasty words at the people around him. Astronaut. He dreamed of going to space since he was a child and finally became an astronaut after rigorous training. Disastrous. The sudden flood caused disastrous damage to the crops that were nearly ready for harvest. International. He studies languages hard every day, dreaming of playing an active role on the international stage. Irrational. Sometimes we feel irrational fears that cannot be explained by logic, such as an excessive fear of the dark. National. As a representative of his country, He challenged the international competition with national pride. Rational. Rational thinking, which involves making judgments based on objective facts rather than emotions, is required. Compassionate. She has a compassionate heart and is always reaching out to those in need. Passionate. He is very passionate about his work and immerses himself in research until late at night. Compassion. He has deep compassion for the underprivileged and has continued volunteer work for many years. Fashion. She always incorporates the latest fashion and enjoys her own unique style. Passion. He has a strong passion for music. Compatible. It turned out that this new software is not compatible with older operating systems. Gratify. He was greatly gratified to learn that his research results were recognized by scientists around the world. Category. It belongs to a different category. Categorize. The librarian carefully categorized the newly arrived books by genre. Strategy. To win the competition in the market, the company developed a new strategy of introducing a breakthrough new product. Grammatical. His English has a rich vocabulary, but small grammatical errors are occasionally seen. Satellite. The Moon is the Earth's only natural satellite, revolving around the Earth. Anatomy. Medical students understand the complex structure of the human body through anatomy lab sessions. Attitude. He approaches everything with a positive attitude. Gratitude. She expressed her sincere gratitude to the people who helped her. Latitude. Using this map, you can find the exact latitude and longitude of your current location. Cattle. Cattle are eating grass in the pasture. Rattle. The baby wouldn't stop crying, so I shook a toy rattle to soothe them. Atom. Understanding the structure of the atom, the smallest unit that makes up matter, is fundamental to modern physics. Patent. He promptly applied for a patent to prevent others from imitating his invention. Apparatus. A complex apparatus for measuring gas components is installed in the science laboratory. Status. In recognition of his years of achievement, he solidified his social status within the organization. Satisfy. The food at the new restaurant exceeded expectations in both taste and portion, fully satisfying the customers. Satisfied. He is fully satisfied with the conditions of his new job and works with motivation every day. Satire. The comic criticizes modern social issues using sharp satire. Chatter. The classroom during recess was filled with the students' lively chatter. Flatter. He tried to get in his boss's good graces by flattering him with insincere compliments. Ladder. Two plans were presented, and I thought the latter was more realistic. Matter. No matter how small the issue, examining it without overlooking anything is the key to success. Scatter. He scattered breadcrumbs in the park square to feed the birds. Shatter. The glass cup fell to the floor and shattered into pieces in an instant. Saturday. He finishes a week's worth of shopping on Saturday mornings and relaxes in the afternoon. Battery. His smartphone battery was about to run out, so he hurried to find a charger. Flattery. He spouted insincere flattery to his boss in order to get promoted. Scattered. Fallen leaves are scattered on the ground. Fanatical. He is a fanatical fan of that movie series and collects all the related merchandise. Aristocratic. She comes from a distinguished family, and an aristocratic elegance permeates her behavior. Attic. In the attic of the old house, nostalgic furniture used decades ago lay sleeping under a coat of dust. Democratic. To increase organizational transparency, a democratic process where everyone can participate in decision-making is necessary. Diplomatic. High-level diplomatic negotiations were held to ease the tension between the two countries. Dogmatic. He believes his opinion is always right, and has a dogmatic tendency to reject criticism from others. Dramatic. At the end of the match, a dramatic turnaround that no one had predicted was waiting. Ecstatic. She felt ecstatic when she heard the news that she had passed her first-choice university. Dramatically. With the introduction of new technology, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Attribute. He attributed the team's success to the unceasing efforts of all its members. Extravagance. He won a large sum of money in the lottery, but he quickly used it all up due to his excessive extravagance. Extravagant. After winning a large amount of money in the lottery, he led an extravagant lifestyle, buying luxury cars and jewelry. Navigate. The sailors used the latest radar equipment to safely navigate the foggy waters. Avalanche. A massive avalanche on the snowy mountain collapsed with fierce momentum toward the village at the foot. Avenue. High-end boutiques and restaurants line both sides of the avenue. Lavatory. Inside the airplane, there is a functional lavatory that makes effective use of the limited space. Cavity. Because I ate too many sweets, I got a large cavity in my back tooth. Gravity. Newton is said to have discovered the law of the Earth's gravity by watching an apple fall. Savage. The movie depicts contact with a savage tribe living in an uncivilized land cut off from civilization. Gravel. The park pathway is covered with white gravel, making a pleasant sound with every step. Travel. He travels all over the world during his vacations to experience new cultures. Average. The temperature this winter was much colder than the annual average. Tavern. The traveler stopped at a village tavern to take a break and have a cold beer. Traverse. The explorers sought the safest route to traverse the rugged mountain range. Ravage. A violent storm ravaged the coastal village, destroying many houses. Dazzle. The diamond necklace she wore dazzled the audience under the spotlight. Hazard. Wearing a helmet is mandatory because there are many hazards lurking at construction sites. Casual. Since today is not an official event, casual attire without a tie is perfectly fine. Casualty. As a result of the fierce battle, there were thousands of casualties on both sides. Grab. Since he was about to be late, he quickly grabbed a piece of breakfast toast and left the house. Lab. Scientists are working day and night to develop new drugs in a lab equipped with the latest facilities. Stab. He carelessly stabbed his finger with the tip of the knife while peeling fruit. Absolute. The king held absolute power over the country, and no one could oppose his decisions. Absence. No one in the class knew the reason for his long absence. Absent. He was absent from yesterday's meeting due to illness but returned in good health today. Attach. When sending my resume by email, I didn't forget to attach the ID photo data. Batch. The baker lined up the first batch of croissants baked this morning on the shelf. Catch. He brilliantly caught the flying ball with his bare hands and received applause from the audience. Dispatch. The government immediately dispatched the self-defense forces to rescue people in the disaster area. Hatch. After several weeks of incubation, a cute chick finally hatched from the egg. Match. He carefully chose the color of his tie to match his outfit for today. Patch. He repaired the hole in the knee of his old jeans with a blue cloth patch. Scratch. He scratched the itchy spot hard and it left a mark. Snatch. The criminal snatched a bag from a woman passing by and escaped on a motorcycle. Ad. Ads for the new smartphone are posted everywhere in the city. Add. Adding just a little salt at the end of cooking enhanced the flavor even more. Fad. That health method was just a passing fad, and a few months later no one was talking about it. Glad. He looked truly glad to be able to see his best friend after a long time. Lad. Though he was still a young lad, he had a firm opinion that put adults to shame. Mad. He was madder than ever because his important plans had been ruined. Sad. He had a very sad look on his face because the trip he was looking forward to was cancelled. Admirable. His admirable attitude in facing difficulties impressed many of his colleagues. Admiral. He was promoted to admiral, the highest rank in the Navy, in recognition of his years of service. Advocate. As an enthusiastic advocate for environmental protection, he calls for a reduction in plastic use. Advertising. The company significantly increased its advertising budget to raise awareness of its new product. Advertise. To widely announce the launch of the new product, they advertised extensively on TV and social media. Adverb. In English class, we learned how to use adverbs, such as quickly and slowly, which describe verbs in detail. Behalf. He delivered a speech at the anniversary ceremony on behalf of the president, who was hospitalized. Graph. He compiled the numbers into an easy-to-understand graph, so that the sales trends from last year could be grasped at a glance. Laugh. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but laugh out loud at his humorous joke. After. After the movie ended, I discussed my impressions with a friend at a nearby cafe. Laughter. The entire venue was filled with warm laughter at his humorous speech. Thereafter. He retired in 2010 and has lived a quiet life in the country thereafter. Afterward. They had a heated argument, but afterward they shook hands and reconciled. Afterwards. We enjoyed the movie first, and afterwards had dinner at a nearby restaurant. Halfway. We are only halfway to the summit, but we decided to take a short break and enjoy the view. Craft. The artisan completed the beautiful furniture using the sophisticated craft he had developed over many years. Draft. He finished the first draft of his thesis and submitted it to his supervisor. Raft. They tied logs together to make a handmade raft and went down the river. Shaft. A shaft of sunlight was shining down to the ground through a gap in the clouds. Bag. He packed his travel essentials into a large duffel bag and left the house. Brag. He has a habit of bragging about his new luxury car in front of others, taking pride in his wealth. Drag. She slowly headed to the station while dragging her heavy suitcase across the floor. Rag. He cut up an old t-shirt and reused it as a rag for cleaning the windows. Wag. When the owner came home, the dog greeted them by vigorously wagging its tail. Fragment. The archaeologist carefully excavated a small fragment of ancient pottery from the soil. Magnify. When the structure of the cells was magnified using a microscope, details invisible to the naked eye were revealed. Magnitude. The magnitude, which represents the scale of the earthquake's energy, was announced. Stagnant. Since the economy is sluggish and no new funds are flowing into the market, it remains in a stagnant state. Back. With strong backing from his friends, he decided to start a new business. Crack. The intense shaking of the earthquake caused a large crack in the wall of the old building. Jack. I needed to jack up the car to change the tire. Lack. His plan is excellent, but he lacks the funds to put it into action. Pack. He packed his necessary clothes into a suitcase for tomorrow's trip. Plaque. A plaque is displayed on the wall of the historic building, indicating that a great poet once lived there. Rack. He put the magazines he had finished reading on the book rack in the corner of the room to organize them. Slack. Due to the economic downturn, there is some slack in the factory's production line. Stack. There was a stack of books on the library table that he had gathered for his research. Track. The police tracked the movements of the escaped criminal, using security camera footage. Actual. His theory is great, but whether it will be useful in actual situations is another matter. Actually. He looked unconfident, but actually he was a very highly capable person. Manufacture. They manufacture cars here. Manufacturer. The car manufacturer unveiled its latest electric vehicle to the global market. Manufacturing. Manufacturing has flourished in that area for a long time, with many automobile parts factories gathered there. Background. She broadened her horizons by interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Accident. You must be very careful about car accidents on rainy days because the road surface is slippery. Maximum. The maximum capacity of this elevator is set at 10 people. Axis. The Earth revolves around the Sun while rotating on its axis. Access. Access to the island by land is only possible during low tide. Abstraction. Mathematics is a field of study that moves away from concrete numbers and treats concepts as abstractions. Attraction. The new attraction at the amusement park has lines that take several hours on weekends. Faction. The struggle between factions within the party intensified, making the election of a new leader difficult. Fraction. His explanation was only a fraction of the truth. There must be more facts still hidden. Interaction. Interaction with people from different cultures is a perfect opportunity to broaden your horizons. Reaction. After administering the new drug, the doctor carefully observed the patient's body for any reactions, such as side effects. Satisfaction. He finished all his work perfectly and left the office with a deep sense of satisfaction. Transaction. Using the bank's app, you can complete transactions like money transfers online without going to a branch. Impractical. The luxurious dress looks wonderful, but it is too heavy to walk in and very impractical for daily wear. Practical. While learning theory is important, it is also crucial to acquire practical skills that are useful in daily life. Activist. As an environmental activist, she leads a petition drive to reduce plastic use. Activate. To start using a new credit card, you need to call a dedicated number to activate it. Distracted. He became easily distracted while studying due to the noise breaking his concentration. Practically. He is very knowledgeable in the field and practically has the same level of ability as an expert. Cactus. To survive in the harsh desert environment, a cactus has a structure that stores a large amount of water in its stem. Practice. To improve at the piano, practicing every day without fail is more important than anything else. Factor. A balanced diet is one of the most important factors for maintaining health. Factory. At this factory, precise electronic components are produced around the clock using the latest robots. Tactical. The coach made a tactical decision to significantly change the player positions for the second half. Tactic. In the chess match, he secured a victory by employing clever tactics to exploit his opponent's openings. Active. She remains active in local volunteer activities, even after her retirement. Attractive. His proposal was very attractive, offering improved quality while keeping costs down. Radioactive. Scientists investigated whether any trace of radioactive material was leaking from the site. Satisfactory. The test results were satisfactory, and he decided on his further education with confidence. Backyard. His pleasure is inviting friends for a barbecue in his backyard on weekends. Relax. I want to relax at home on the weekend. Tax. The government decided to raise the tax imposed on consumers to maintain public services. Abstract. He prefers to speak in abstract theories rather than giving concrete examples. Act. He acted quickly and without hesitation to help his friend in a difficult situation. Attract. The beautiful scenery attracts millions of tourists from all over the world every year. Distract. When smartphone notifications come during study, my attention inevitably gets distracted. Enact. The government enacted new regulations to strengthen environmental protection. Exact. Exact measurement is essential for obtaining accurate results in scientific experiments. Extract. I had to go to the dentist and get a badly decayed back tooth extracted. Fact. To judge whether his claim is correct, we first need to verify the objective facts. Impact. The widespread use of smartphones has had a dramatic impact on the way we communicate. Intact. Although hit by a fierce storm, fortunately, all the roof tiles remained intact. Interact. At the Science Museum, you can learn by interacting directly with the latest exhibits. Pact. The two countries signed a historic pact to maintain peace and promote economic cooperation. React. He reacted calmly and without panic, even when faced with a sudden question. Subtract. If you subtract the discount from the total amount, the final payment is calculated. Tact. She spoke with tact and eased the atmosphere that was becoming awkward. Exactly. What I was looking for were exactly the shoes with this design. Canal. On the old canal flowing through the center of the city, small boats carrying tourists come and go. Morale. As the game reached the midpoint, the team's morale surged thanks to the captain's encouragement. Algebra. In middle school mathematics, students learn the basics of algebra, solving equations using letters like X and Y. Nostalgic. Looking at old photos of my hometown, happy childhood memories return with a nostalgic feeling. Calculate. He calculated the cost needed to build a house and went to the bank to discuss a loan. Altitude. The airplane is currently flying at a steady altitude of 10,000 meters. Valuable. Valuable jewels passed down through generations are kept in that safe. Value. He considers the antique to have historical value and keeps it carefully stored. Evaluate. Investors carefully evaluate a company's financial status and future potential before deciding to invest. Cram. He crammed the contents of the textbook into his head overnight just before the exam. Jam. The roads were in a terrible jam during the morning rush hour, so I was late for the meeting. Scam. The police are warning against despicable phone scams targeting the elderly. Slam. She slammed the door loudly in anger and left the room. Tram. I rode a tram that rattled through the old streets of Europe. Scramble. He was running late, so he ate breakfast quickly and scrambled out of the house. Ambulance. Upon receiving news of the accident, an ambulance arrived at the scene with its sirens blaring within minutes. Amnesty. To commemorate the inauguration of the new president, amnesty was granted to many political prisoners. Ample. This room has large windows and ample light streams in for reading. Example. He presented his own failure as an example for his juniors to avoid repeating the same mistake. Rampage. An angry mob went on a rampage in the city, and many shops were damaged. Amplify. He used a microphone and speakers to amplify his voice, so it would reach every corner of the venue. Damned. He regretted causing his team's defeat through his own carelessness, feeling absolutely damned. Cramp. Because I had been swimming for a long time, I suddenly got a cramp in my leg and couldn't move. Damp. Inside the forest after the rain, the air was damp, and the smell of the earth lingered strongly. Ramp. A gentle ramp is installed at the entrance so that the building is accessible by wheelchair. He declared that he would not allow an exception to the plan. Ban. The government enacted a law to completely ban smoking in public places. Bran. Being health conscious, he eats bran flakes rich in dietary fiber for breakfast. Pan. She fried eggs and bacon in a pan for breakfast. Plan. He made a big plan to work abroad in the future and started saving money to prepare. Span. The bridge has a long span. Tan. He spent a week at the beach during summer vacation, so he has a nice tan. Then. There is clearly more snowfall this winter than in average years. Substantial. By introducing new insulation, we were able to achieve substantial savings on utility costs. Candidate. He is widely gathering support from citizens as a leading candidate for the next mayoral election. Vandalize. Last night, a park monument was vandalized with spray paint by a thoughtless individual. Candid. She spoke very candidly, without hiding her own failures. Handle. You must handle this fragile vase with extreme care when moving it. Random. To ensure the fairness of the survey, the subjects were selected at random from the list. Abandon. Unable to give up his dream, he abandoned his stable job to pursue a path in art. Abandonment. Due to a lack of funds, the massive construction project was left unfinished and faced abandonment. Commander. The commander calmly analyzed the situation and ordered the troops to withdraw. Standard. That is the industry standard. Mandate. Through the general election, the people gave the new government a mandate to carry out economic reforms. Bandage. He wrapped a white bandage around his injured arm and waited for treatment while enduring the pain. Outstanding. His performance this term was outstanding, and he won the Employee of the Year award. Intangible. Intangible assets like traditional culture are difficult to regain once they are lost. Tangible. As tangible evidence that the economy is recovering, consumer spending is increasing. Kanji. For international students learning Japanese, memorizing many kanji with complex stroke counts is a very difficult task. Mankind. The progress of space exploration is a major step toward opening up unknown frontiers for mankind. Manly. He never complained even in difficult situations and faced them with a manly attitude. Ransom. The kidnappers demanded a large ransom from the family in exchange for releasing the hostage. Ancestor. He researched his family tree and found the names of his ancestors who developed this land hundreds of years ago. Answer. She gave a precise answer to the difficult question without being flustered at all. Cancer. With advances in modern medicine, cancer, once considered incurable, can now be treated if detected early. Fancy. I was surprised by how fancy the interior of that high-end restaurant was. Transcript. He obtained an official academic transcript from the university for his job search. Substantially. By introducing new insulation, we were able to substantially reduce utility costs. Financial. To expand the company, financial support from banks is essential. Expansion. The company is opening new branches one after another, aiming for expansion into overseas markets. Granted. He took his parents' help for granted and never uttered a word of thanks. Advantage. He won a job in the overseas department by leveraging his great advantage of being fluent in languages. Disadvantage. To compensate for the disadvantage of being far from the station, the shop operates a shuttle bus. Frantic. He lost an important document and went on a frantic search all over the room. Scanty. He was desperately managing his life with only scanty savings. Anthem. When his national anthem played at the Olympic medal ceremony, the athlete was overwhelmed and shed tears. Transit. The cargo is currently in transit from the overseas port to the warehouse. Transient. The bustle of the city is transient, and silence arrives as the night deepens. Branch. A branch of the large tree in the park broke and fell onto the road during last night's gale. Ranch. He runs a large ranch where he raises hundreds of cattle. Inn. He walked to a nearby convenience store to buy bread and milk. Command. He issued a command to his subordinates. Demand. Due to the summer heat wave, the demand for cold drinks and air conditioning is skyrocketing. Disband. The rock band decided to disband, much to the regret of their fans, due to musical differences. Expand. Building on its success in the Asian market, the company plans to expand its business into Europe. Grand. From the mountain top, we could view the grand scenery of nature spreading below. Hand. He wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty and immersed himself in the work, becoming covered in mud. Land. When the plane safely landed at the destination airport, a round of applause broke out from the passengers. Misunderstand. Because of his insufficient explanation, the people around him greatly misunderstood his intentions. Stand. To uphold his beliefs, he took a firm stand without fearing criticism from those around him. Strand. On the beach, strands of seaweed washed up by last night's storm were scattered about. Understand. He read the textbook over and over to deeply understand the meaning of the complex mathematical formula. Withstand. This building is designed to fully withstand the impact of a massive earthquake. Handout. The speaker distributed materials summarizing the presentation as a handout to the participants. Standby. Since the flight was cancelled, he put his name on the standby list and waited for an available seat. Grandfather. My grandfather makes it a daily routine to wake up early every morning and tend to the garden. Handful. He took a handful of coins out of his pocket and put them into the vending machine. Landlord. Since the faucet in the apartment broke, I immediately contacted the landlord to request a repair. Grandmother. I think the apple pie my grandmother makes is the most delicious in the world. Landscape. From the observation deck, you can see a beautiful natural landscape that changes with the seasons. Standstill. Due to the heavy snow, the city's transportation network came to a complete standstill. Stands. When the baseball game started, the outfield stands were filled with enthusiastic fans. Advance. The advance of technology has made surgeries that were once impossible now feasible. Chance. He seized a perfect chance to restart his life and took a new step forward. Enhance. Planting colorful flowers in the garden helped to further enhance the beauty of the entire house. Expanse. From the observation deck, we could see a vast expanse of blue sea stretching out before us. Finance. He consulted with a finance expert to raise funds for starting his new business. Glance. He cast a quick glance at his watch to see if he would make it to the train. Trance. He was so deeply moved by the beautiful music that he seemed to be in a trance. Chant. The protesters gathered in the square and continued to chant slogans until their demands were met. Enchant. The mystical scenery of the forest enchants visitors, making them feel as if they are in a fairy tale world. Grant. The government provided a special grant to support the original projects of young researchers. Plant. He decided to plant new flower seedlings with the arrival of spring to enrich his garden. Slant. At dusk, the shadows of the buildings were slanting long across the ground. Transplant. He underwent surgery to transplant an organ provided by a family member for the treatment of his illness. Bang. Suddenly, the door shut with a loud bang, surprising everyone. Hang. He hung the newly purchased painting on the wall, changing the room's atmosphere. Pang. She felt a sharp pang of regret for having said something that hurt her best friend. Angle. He moved around looking for the angle that would make the building look its best for the photo. Entangle. He is perplexed after getting entangled in his friend's financial troubles. Strangle. The criminal tried to strangle the victim but fled after being noticed by a passerby. Tangle. The fishing line got into a complex tangle, and it took an hour to unravel it. Anger. He felt strong anger at the unfair treatment but tried to remain calm. Angry. He felt an uncontrollable angry emotion because his efforts were not recognized at all. Language. To deeply understand a foreign culture, one should first learn the language spoken in that country. Anguish. He spends his days enduring the deep anguish of having lost a loved one. Ankle. He stepped off a ledge while jogging and twisted his ankle. Frankly. Frankly speaking, there is a very high possibility that the current plan will run out of budget. Bankrupt. Burdened with huge debts, the company finally filed for bankruptcy and became effectively bankrupt. Tranquil. The morning by the lake was very tranquil, with the water's surface as still as a mirror. Hangover. I drank too much at the celebration last night, and am suffering from a terrible hangover this morning. Bank. I sat on the bank of the river and got lost in thought while watching the water flow. Blank. Being called on suddenly, his mind went blank with surprise, and he couldn't answer anything. Frank. By not hiding his mistake and giving a frank report to his boss, he actually gained trust. Prank. He played a light prank to surprise his friend, but he went too far and made him angry. Rank. After years of effort, he finally rose to the highest rank in the organization. Spank. In the past, children were sometimes spanked for discipline, but now it is often considered inappropriate. Sanctuary. This island is strictly restricted as a sanctuary for endangered birds. Sanction. The international community decided to impose economic sanctions against the country threatening peace. Anxious. He is spending his time feeling very anxious about what the result of tomorrow's final interview will be. Thanks. He expressed his sincere thanks for the help from his friends. Clap. When the performance ended, a loud clap of applause erupted from the audience. Flap. The bird flapped its large wings and took off into the blue sky. Lap. She sat on the sofa and let her cat sleep on her lap. Map. When traveling in an unfamiliar place, a map app on your smartphone is essential. Nap. To improve work efficiency in the afternoon, I took a 15-minute nap after lunch. Sap. When the tree trunk was cut, sticky sap began to flow out from it. Slap. As punishment for lying, he was lightly slapped on the cheek by his friend. Snap. He snapped his fingers as if he had just thought of something. Tap. He was rhythmically tapping the desk with the tip of his pen while thinking. Trap. He fell into a trap. Wrap. She carefully wrapped the fragile items in newspaper before putting them in the box. Capture. The photographer brilliantly captured the moment a wild lion aimed for its prey. Rapture. The audience listened in a trance to her wonderful singing voice, with expressions of rapture on their faces. Laptop. He opened his laptop at the cafe and started working while drinking coffee. Aptitude. He has a high aptitude for mathematics and handles complex calculations with ease. Chapter. From the third chapter of this novel, the story takes a sudden turn. Captivate. The magician's brilliant tricks instantly captivated the hearts of all the audience members. Collapse. Due to the severe earthquake, old wooden buildings collapse one after another. Lapse. He made a serious mistake due to a momentary lapse in concentration. Perhaps. Perhaps it will rain tomorrow, so you should take an umbrella with you. Adapt. She studied the local language hard to quickly adapt to life in a foreign country. Apt. He has a talent for languages and is very apt at picking up new vocabulary. Gas. I always check if the gas in the kitchen is turned off before going to bed. Grass. It's wonderful to lie down on the soft grass in the park and look at the sky on a sunny afternoon. Mass. All matter in the universe has mass corresponding to its size. Pass. The only pass to cross the mountain range is closed by snow during the winter. Surpass. His new record significantly surpassed the performance of any past athlete. Pasture. The sheep are leisurely eating grass in a vast pasture. Rascal. He is a mischievous rascal, but he has an undeniable charm. Catastrophe. If a giant meteorite were to collide with the Earth, it would be an irreversible catastrophe for all of mankind. Ask. He got lost, so he asked a passerby for directions to the nearest station. Task. Finishing this complex project within the deadline is an extremely difficult task. Clasp. He firmly clasped his friend's hand with gratitude as they parted. Gasp. The moment she heard the surprising news, she couldn't help but gasp. Grasp. He reread the textbook many times to fully grasp the difficult concept. Blast. The blast of dynamite echoed deep within the coal mine, and the rock wall crumbled down. Cast. The film's success was thanks to an excellent cast that perfectly matched the characters. Fast. He fasted from sunrise to sunset as part of a religious observance. Last. These shoes are very durably made and will last for several years even with intense exercise. Past. He reflected deeply on his past mistakes and pledged to live honestly from now on. Vast. From the airplane window, a vast landscape of the Sahara Desert stretched out as far as the eye could see. At. Ash remained after the fire went out. Cash. He used a credit card for payment because he had no cash in his wallet. Crash. The car slammed into the wall in the fog and crashed with a loud noise. Flash. Along with a sudden clap of thunder, a sharp flash of lightning tore through the dark night sky. Smash. He smashed the ball hard. Trash. He cleaned his room and threw all the accumulated unnecessary documents into the trash bin. Ashtray. Ashtrays used to be placed in public spaces, but with the progress of smoking bans, they are rarely seen now. He made an appointment to meet his friend at the station ticket gate exactly at noon. Cat. My cat loves to curl up and sleep on the sunny windowsill. Chat. We enjoyed a chat over coffee. Fat. He is careful not to consume excess fat from his diet for the sake of his health. Flat. The area had no undulations, and flat land stretched out as far as the eye could see. Hat. To avoid the strong sunlight, he went out wearing a wide-brimmed hat low over his eyes. Pat. The teacher patted the hard-working student on the head and praised them. That. He spoke passionately about how that book was the one that changed his life. Atlas. His hobby is traveling the world, and a large world atlas is posted on his room wall. Atmosphere. The restaurant had low lighting, creating a very calm atmosphere. Math. He is good at dealing with numbers and wants to major in advanced math at university. Path. Colorful alpine plants were blooming on both sides of the narrow path, leading deep into the forest. Athlete. He is an athlete aiming for the Olympics. Have. The company decided to have next year's advertising budget to cut costs. Have. He has a big dream of having his own farm in the future. While working as a teacher, he also puts effort into volunteer activities on weekends. Whereas. The older brother is extroverted and has many friends, whereas the younger brother is introverted and prefers reading. Prohibit. The school rules strictly prohibit the use of smartphones on campus. Liberal. He has liberal views. Deliberate. He is a very cautious person and always deliberates before taking action. Deliberately. He was deliberately rude in order to anger the other person. Liberty. The Constitution guarantees liberty of thought and belief to all citizens. Exhibit. The museum has a special exhibit of precious artifacts from ancient Egypt. Sibling. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Equilibrium. He maintained equilibrium on the balance beam with an incredible sense of balance. Contributor. At the end of the magazine, the names of the contributors who contributed to the writing of the articles are listed. Distributor. The company is the sole distributor of popular overseas brands in Japan. Contribute. He participates in cleanups every weekend to contribute to local environmental conservation efforts. Distribute. After the disaster occurred, food and blankets were quickly distributed to people gathered at evacuation centers. Tribute. Many people paid heartfelt tributes to the late great leader. Habitual. He is losing the trust of those around him because of his habitual tardiness. Ritual. The tribe has a tradition of holding special rituals for young people as they reach adulthood. Situate. The new museum is situated on a small hill with a beautiful view of the sea. Ridicule. He was deeply hurt when his colleagues ridiculed his new ideas. Humidity. Summer in Japan is very humid, and it often feels more muggy than the temperature actually is. Validity. Scientists repeatedly repeated experiments to ensure the validity of their results. Riddle. The old temple is home to some difficult riddles that are said to have been left behind by a wise man thousands of years ago. Hidden. He kept his childhood treasures hidden at the base of an old tree in his garden. Consider. We should give more serious consideration to our future careers. Considerable. Restoring the old Western-style building will take considerable time and money. Considerably. Thanks to new medication, his condition has improved considerably. Considerate. He is very considerate towards those around him, and is well liked by everyone. Considered. After careful consideration, he decided to decline the offer. Stupidity. Making the same mistake over and over again is not just carelessness, it's stupidity. Idiom. To become fluent in a foreign language, it is essential to learn the idioms that are unique to that language. Idiot. He blamed himself for being such an idiot for making such simple mistakes over and over again. Subsidiary. The major Japanese electronics manufacturer has several subsidiaries in the United States. Widow. She lost her husband at a young age and raised her children alone as a widow. Wither. There had been no rain for a long time, so the flowers in the garden gradually withered. Hitherto. This discovery revealed the existence of a hitherto unknown organism. Difficult. This math problem was so difficult that no one in the class could solve it. Magnificent. The view of the sunrise from the top of the mountain was simply magnificent and beyond words. Stiffen. He was suddenly called from behind and was so surprised that his body stiffened. Differ. Even siblings can have very different personalities and interests. Difference. The accumulation of small efforts will create a big difference in the future. Different. He has a completely different personality from his brothers, and is very sociable. Significance. Historians emphasize the historical significance of the old document. Significant. The development of new drugs is a very significant advancement in medicine. Significantly. The introduction of the new system has significantly reduced work time. Certificate. He passed the difficult national qualification exam and finally received his certificate. Scientific. His claims are based purely on speculation and lack sufficient scientific evidence. Specific. When giving instructions, you should be as specific as possible to avoid misunderstandings. Terrific. The audience was terrifically moved by her wonderful piano performance. Indifferent. He is completely indifferent to politics and has never voted. Giggle. In the corner of the classroom, a few students were giggling at his joke. Trigger. A small argument can trigger a major conflict between nations. Vigor. Even though he is over 80 years old, he continues to work with the vigor of a young man. Rigorous. The new product must pass extremely rigorous quality tests before it can be released to the market. Vigorous. He never misses his morning jog and maintains a vigorous stamina even at over 80 years old. Calligraphy. She has studied traditional Japanese calligraphy and is passionate about writing beautiful characters. Disfigure. The accident left his beautiful face disfigured for life. Figure. He used statistical data to provide an accurate figure of future population trends. Ambiguous. His response was ambiguous, and I couldn't tell whether he agreed or disagreed. Originally. The building was originally built as a church but is now a museum. Aboriginal. During our trip, we were exposed to the Aboriginal arts and culture of the area. Indigenous. We should respect the indigenous cultures that have been passed down in the land for generations. Originate. The unique ritual originates from ancient customs in the region dating back hundreds of years. Individual. the teacher not only gave explanations to the students as a whole, but also gave individual instruction. Rigid. He is a very rigid person and will not allow any changes to his plans. Religion. He does not believe in any particular religion, but is interested in spiritual pursuits. Prestigious. His years of hard work finally paid off when he won one of the most prestigious awards in the world. Religious. He grew up in a very religious family and attended church every weekend without fail. Refrigerator. To prevent food poisoning in the summer, raw food should be put in the refrigerator immediately. Wicked. Fairy tales feature wicked witches who use their magic to torment the heroes. Tickle. He tickled his little son's side, making him laugh out loud. Trickle. Cold mountain water trickled down from the gaps in the rocks. Wicket. In a cricket match, the ball knocks down the wicket and the batsman is out. Sticky. The child's hands were sticky with jam. Liquid. Mercury is a rare metal that remains liquid at room temperature. Curriculum. The university has significantly revised its curriculum to meet modern needs. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous to believe in such an impossible plan. Particular. She is very particular about food and is particular about the ingredients. Particularly. This summer has been particularly hot, with record high temperatures hitting new highs in many areas. Articulate. He is an excellent speaker who can express his ideas very articulately. Conspicuous. She was very conspicuous at the party in her bright red dress. Villa. He rented a luxurious villa overlooking the Mediterranean Sea for his vacation. Syllable. To pronounce English words correctly, it is important to be aware of each syllable. Diligence. Her tireless diligence paid off, and she finally passed the difficult exam. Filament. The thin filament inside the light bulb broke, and the light went out. Villainous. In the film, he played a villainous character with a ruthless and nefarious plan. Militant. The group is not averse to using militant tactics to get its point across. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Facilitate. The introduction of the new software is intended to facilitate smooth communication within the team. Ability. She has an amazing ability to solve complex problems in a short space of time. Availability. I inquired at the store about the availability of the latest models. Capability. He has sufficient capability to use the complex software. Flexibility. In today's rapidly changing society, flexibility of thinking that is not bound by stereotypes is required. Nobility. He was born into a family of nobility, but lived a humble life without drowning in privilege. Possibility. Scientists continue to explore the possibility of life on Mars. Probability. Statistical data shows that the probability of this plan succeeding is extremely high. Reliability. The greatest advantage of this engine is its high reliability, which means it will not break down even in harsh environments. Responsibility. As the leader, he is prepared to take full responsibility for the project's failure. Utility. He chose his furniture with an emphasis on practical utility rather than design. Villain. The villain in the film had a strong personality that surpassed that of the protagonist. Illustrate. He illustrated complex economic theories using concrete diagrams to make them easy to understand. Killer. The killer was caught by the police. Diligent. He is a very diligent student and studies every day until the library closes. Credibility. His repeated lies have completely undermined the credibility of his testimony. Disability. He overcame his physical disability to win a gold medal at the Paralympics. Facility. The new research facility is equipped with the world's most advanced measuring equipment. Liability. The company bears legal liability for damages caused by product defects. Stability. With political stability secured, foreign investment began to increase rapidly. Willing. She was very willing to take on new challenges and proactively offered her opinions. Willingness. He is working with the utmost willingness to make new projects a success. Chilly. It was warm during the day, but as soon as the sun went down, a chilly wind suddenly started to blow. Really? He looked really surprised when he heard the news. Silly. He told silly jokes during the meeting, embarrassing everyone around him. Affiliate. The small publisher affiliated with a major media group to expand its distribution channels. Humiliate. He was severely reprimanded and deeply humiliated by his superiors in front of many of his subordinates. Billion. The IT company's market capitalization finally surpassed $100 billion last year. Million. The famous singer's new song was played over 1 million times just 1 week after its release. Resilient. He suffered a major setback, but his characteristically resilient spirit helped him bounce back. Familiar. The melody of the song was somehow familiar and brought back nostalgic feelings. Immigrant. The city is home to many immigrants and has a diverse mix of cultures. Immigrate. My grandfather immigrated to this country soon after the war in search of a better life opportunity. Similar. Coincidentally, the new car we chose was a similar color and design. Similarly. The older brother is good at math, but the younger brother is similarly good at science subjects. Assimilate. He tried hard to adapt quickly to his new environment, gradually assimilate into the local culture and customs. Criminal. Police are tracking the whereabouts of criminals based on fingerprints left at the scene. Preliminary. Before conducting a detailed investigation, a preliminary check was carried out on site. Discriminate. No matter what the reason, people should not be discriminated against on the basis of race or sex. Eliminate. The team improved profitability by thoroughly eliminating unnecessary costs. Limited. This product is a limited edition and will sell out quickly. Unlimited. If you sign up for this plan, you can enjoy unlimited high-speed data communication. Imitated. He imitated the bird's call. Imitate. Children closely observe their parents' behavior and naturally begin to imitate their parents' speech and gestures. Primitive. Archaeologists discovered a number of primitive tools in the cave. Symmetry. The garden is designed to maintain beautiful symmetry. Image. The company has established a clean brand image through its environmental protection activities. Limit. That is my limit. Simmer. To deepen the flavor of the soup, I let it simmer slowly over low heat for several hours. Intimidate. He intimidated the other party with his intimidating attitude and tried to force them to accept his demands. Timid. He is a very timid person and has a terrible fear of speaking in front of others. Mimic. The clever parrot can perfectly mimic the way its owner speaks. Stimulus. To boost the economy, the market needs to be given a strong economic stimulus. Stimulate. The new tax incentives are intended to stimulate business investment. Pinnacle. At a young age, he rose to the pinnacle of his field and gained worldwide fame. Minimum. Employers are obligated to pay employees the minimum wage set by law. Synonym. Happy and glad can be treated as synonyms depending on the context. Innocent. Throughout the trial, he proved himself to be completely innocent of the incident. Innocently. The children were innocently playing in the park, unaware of anything. Administer. As a medical staff member, he administered the appropriate amount of medication to patients. Minister. As the minister in charge of environmental issues, he announced new policies. Administrator. As a school administrator, he is responsible for formulating the education budget. Administrative. She is in charge of administrative tasks at the company, such as budget management and human resources. Divinity. Ancient people sensed a divinity beyond human understanding in the sun and storms. Vicinity. At the time of the incident, a suspicious vehicle was spotted in the vicinity of the park. Innovative. The company has developed innovative technology that has brought about major changes in the market. Ministry. He works in a government ministry aimed at promoting education. Minute. He used a microscope to observe microorganisms that were so tiny they could not be seen with the naked eye. Minutes. He skillfully summarized the main points of the discussion in minutes, so as not to disrupt the progress of the meeting. Dinner. Enjoyed a lavish dinner at a fine restaurant to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Inner. He values the time he spends listening to his inner voice through meditation. Sinner. He deeply regretted his past mistakes and called himself a sinner, asking God for forgiveness. Mineral. The natural water collected in this area is rich in minerals such as calcium. Itinerary. Created a detailed itinerary for us, down to the minute. Cynical. Perhaps because he has witnessed social injustice for many years, he has a very cynical view of things. Sinister. There was a somewhat sinister atmosphere emanating from the old Western-style building. Clinic. He had cold symptoms, so he went to a nearby clinic. Beginning. At the beginning of anything, setting clear goals is the first step to success. Diminish. Unless appropriate measures are taken, this precious resource will diminish with each passing day. Finish. The marathon runner mustered his final strength and finally finished the race. Skinny. He became self-conscious about his skinny physique and started going to the gym to build muscle. Opinion. It's important to have your own opinion, but it's equally important to listen to the opinions of others. Continue. Although it was raining heavily, they decided to continue the game. Continuous. In factories, machines operate continuously to increase production efficiency. Typical. Eating pizza for lunch is typical for modern Americans. Hypocrite. His attitude of being strict with others but lenient with himself has led to him being criticized by those around him as a hypocrite. Cripple. The accident left him with a leg injury that left him living the rest of his life as a cripple. Ripple. When a pebble is thrown into the calm lake, beautiful ripples spread across the water. Typically, winters in the region are typically dry with little rainfall. Shipping. The online shop is running a campaign offering free shipping. Recipient. She became the youngest recipient of the prestigious scientific award. Diplomat. A competent diplomat is able to calmly negotiate complex international issues. Reciprocal. Mutual reciprocal trust is essential to building good relationships. Manipulate. He skillfully manipulated information with his words and steered public opinion to suit his own purposes. Irrigated. The farmer irrigated the field. Irrigate. Plans are underway to irrigate the dry land by drawing water from a nearby river to turn it into farmland. Tyranny. The people could no longer tolerate the tyranny of the dictator that had continued for many years, and finally started a revolution. Conspiracy. He found himself embroiled in a huge conspiracy to overthrow the government. Irritating. The intermittent noises coming from the next room were extremely irritating to him, as he wanted to concentrate on his work. Appearance. He always tries to maintain a clean and neat appearance when he appears in public. Coherence. His speech had logical coherence and deeply convinced the audience. Disappearance. Police are continuing to investigate the disappearance of a boy who has been missing for a week. Coherent. His explanations were logical and coherent, making even complex content easy to understand. Incoherent. He was extremely agitated and his speech was incoherent. Inherent. Is believed to be an inherent right of all human beings. Spirit. He has a strong spirit. Mirror. Before going out, he checked in the mirror to make sure his clothes were in order. Spiritual. He places more importance on spiritual growth and the pursuit of inner peace than on material wealth. Spiritually. Through his travels he grew spiritually and his outlook on life changed. Irritate. The intermittent noises coming from the next room irritated his nerves as he tried to concentrate on his work. Lyric. The song's beautiful lyrics resonate deeply with the listeners. Cheery. She always has a cheery smile that brightens and cheers up the people around her. Dreary. The cold rain that had been falling for several days made the scenery outside very dreary. Eerie. An eerie noise was coming from the old ruins shrouded in mist. Theory. His claims are merely theory and have not yet been backed up by empirical data. Weary. He returned from a long business trip and collapsed onto the sofa looking weary. Bacteria. Washing your hands is the easiest way to remove harmful bacteria that can cause illness. Myriad. Countless myriad stars shone in the night sky. Period. Many fossils from the period when dinosaurs lived have been discovered in this stratum. Cereal. He eats a bowl of cereal to get things done quickly on busy mornings. Imperial. The museum displays treasures that were once used by the imperial court. Material. Before a building can be constructed, strong building materials must be procured. Experience. Volunteering overseas was a valuable experience that he couldn't replace. Mysterious. Deep in the forest lies a mysterious lake that no one has ever set foot in. Serious. That is a serious problem. Inferior. Products made from cheap materials tend to be inferior in terms of durability. Interior. The interior of this historic building retains the luxurious decorations of the time. Superior. His outstanding skills were superior to those of any of his peers. Deteriorate. Without proper restoration, the historic building will continue to deteriorate. Inexplicable. The disappearance of jewels from a heavily guarded safe is a completely inexplicable occurrence. Municipal. To improve convenience for residents, a new municipal library was built in front of the station. Participant. The international conference attracted more than 1,000 participants from all over the world. Anticipate. We carefully anticipate how new technologies will change the market. Participate. He actively participates in local volunteer activities and deepens his interactions with his neighbors. Discipline. He has a strict discipline and practices every day. Elasticity. This special material has high elasticity and will return to its original shape, even if pulled hard. Electricity. The storm downed power lines, cutting off electricity to the entire city. Publicity. The new product receives significant publicity through a flashy advertising campaign. Dismissal. He was given notice of dismissal from his company due to his repeated lateness. Whistle. When the referee blew the final whistle, the stadium erupted in cheers. Glisten. The leaves wet with morning dew glisten like jewels in the morning sun. Reminiscence. Looking at old photographs, my grandfather reminisced about his younger days. Explicit. Leaders should give explicit instructions to their subordinates to avoid misunderstandings. Implicit. His words contained an implicit message of dissatisfaction with the current situation. Solicit. Nonprofits solicit donations to support new charitable initiatives. Discord. Differences of opinion are beginning to cause discord within the team. Whisper. In the library, she spoke in whispers so as not to disturb those around her. Irresistible. Whenever I pass by the cake shop, I can't resist the irresistible temptation of the sweet aroma. Sophisticated. She wears sophisticated fashion to perfection. Aristocrat. As an aristocrat of an ancient family, he always maintained a polite and dignified demeanor. Consistency. His arguments were consistent from beginning to end, giving the audience a deep sense of trust. Assistance. After the disaster occurred, assistance was quickly sent to the affected areas from around the world. Distance. The emotional distance between the two gradually widened due to an accumulation of minor misunderstandings. Existence. Scientists are searching for evidence of the existence of life on atmospheric planets other than Earth. Insistence. She refused to admit her fault and remained firm in her insistence that she was right until the very end. Resistance. The new reform proposals were met with strong resistance from conservative groups. Consistent. His words and actions are always consistent, and he is trusted by those around him. Distant. He gazed silently at the distant mountain range beyond the horizon. Insistent. He was insistent that he was right and refused to listen to the opinions of those around him. Persistent. Her persistent efforts finally paid off, and she overcame the obstacle. Resistant. This material is highly resistant to heat and shock. Blister. After walking a long distance in my new shoes, I developed a painful blister on my heel. History. He pored over old documents in the library to research the history of his hometown. Mystery. The true nature of this huge shipwreck that sank into the deep sea is still shrouded in mystery. Statistical. The government formulated new economic policies based on statistical data. Artistic. She showed artistic talent from an early age and won many art exhibitions. Characteristic. His characteristic deep voice is unforgettable once you hear it. Holistic. Modern medicine places emphasis on a holistic approach that looks at the patient's entire life, rather than just the symptoms. Linguistic. For his linguistic research, he investigates minority languages around the world. Optimistic. No matter what difficulties she faces, she always remains optimistic. Pessimistic. He is very pessimistic about the future and thinks nothing will go well. Linguistics. She is majoring in linguistics at university, which studies the structure and evolution of language. Statistics. The latest statistics released by the government show that the unemployment rate is gradually improving. Existing. Costs can be reduced by making maximum use of existing facilities. District. The district, with its historic buildings, is very popular with tourists. Tissue. She had caught a cold and her nose was running, so she took out some tissue from her pocket. Initially. Although the negotiations were initially expected to be difficult, they proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Traditional. They had their wedding in the traditional manner handed down from their ancestors. Initiative. Although he was a young employee, he took the initiative to make the new project a success. Artificial. The island has a huge artificial beach made for tourists. Beneficial. Regular daily exercise is beneficial not only for your physical health, but also for your mental well-being. Initial. Some problems are expected to arise in the initial stages of planning. Judicial. In the separation of powers, it is extremely important to maintain judicial independence. Official. The government has officially announced that a new tax system will be introduced from next month. Superficial. His knowledge was extremely superficial, and he was unable to keep up with technical discussions. Abolition. One of President Lincoln's greatest achievements was the abolition of slavery. Acquisition. The company expanded its market share by acquiring rival companies overseas. Edition. The library has recently received an edition of valuable books. Admission. It is extremely difficult to gain admission to this prestigious private university. Ambition. He started his own business at a young age, and has a big ambition to create the best company in the world. Ammunition. The soldiers made sure they had enough ammunition for the next battle. Coalition. Several political parties joined forces to form a coalition government and set about rebuilding the country. Commission. The government has established an independent investigative commission to uncover the truth behind the corruption cases. Competition. Healthy competition in the market improves the quality of services and lowers prices. Composition. The complex composition of the piece made a deep impression on the audience. Condition. He continued training under strict conditions and finally won the tournament. Definition. I checked the dictionary for the exact definition of the word, to avoid any misunderstandings. Emission. In order to curb global warming, international efforts are underway to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Exhibition. The museum hosts special exhibitions showcasing contemporary art. Expedition. A team of scientists embarked on an expedition into the depths of the Amazon to investigate unknown creatures. Ignition. When I turned the key to the ignition, the engine roared powerfully. Intermission. After the first act of the play, there was a 15-minute intermission during which the audience relaxed in the lobby. Intuition. She has a keen intuition and can see through people's true nature on first meeting. Mission. He is working on a mission to save the forest. Nutrition. Balanced nutrition is essential for living a healthy life. Omission. The report contained an omission of important data, and his superiors ordered him to rewrite it. Opposition. The opposition parties expressed strong opposition to the government's proposed tax increase. Partition. Thin partitions were installed to separate the office spaces. Permission. With his parents' permission, he decided to go on a solo trip abroad during the summer vacation. Petition. Residents have filed a petition with thousands of signatures to oppose the demolition of the park. Physician. He is an excellent physician and is deeply trusted by local residents. Politician. The politician made an earnest appeal for new economic policies ahead of the next election. Recognition. He received recognition for his many years of achievements from the government in the form of a prestigious award. Submission. For thesis submission is this Friday, and students are busy preparing. Superstition. There are still many people who believe in superstitions such as, it's bad luck if a black cat crosses your path. Supposition. His claims are based solely on supposition and lack conclusive evidence. Suspicion. His unnatural behavior made those around him suspect that he was hiding something. Tradition. In this village, festivals based on traditions that have been passed down for hundreds of years are carefully preserved. Transition. As society transitions to digitalization, new employment forms are emerging. Transmission. Hand washing and wearing a mask are recommended to prevent transmission of the virus. Tuition. In recent years, university tuition fees have skyrocketed, and an increasing number of young people are struggling with student loan debt. Additionally, in addition to the main dish, we also ordered a side dish. Missionary. He was sent as a Christian missionary to areas where education and medical care were inadequate. Commissioner. The former diplomat was appointed Special Commissioner of the International Conference. Practitioner. He is an experienced medical practitioner who is trusted by the people in his community. Deficiency. If you continue to eat an unbalanced diet, you may develop a deficiency of vitamins that your body needs. Efficiency. The introduction of the latest machinery has dramatically improved the factory's production efficiency. Efficient. This new engine uses energy much more efficiently than the previous model. Insufficient. Due to insufficient preparation time, the project did not proceed as planned. Proficient. After many years of hard work, she has become proficient in 5 languages. Sufficient. In preparation for a disaster, you should stockpile enough food and water for at least 3 days. Bishop. The bishop, who oversees the church in the area, sent a message calling for peace. Ambitious. He started his own company at a young age and has an ambitious goal of making it the best company in the world. Delicious. The home-cooked meal she cooked for me was the most delicious I have ever eaten. Judicious. He used his limited budget judiciously to get the most out of it. Malicious. Someone put a malicious virus on my computer in an attempt to destroy data. Superstitious. He is very superstitious and always wears a lucky tie before an important business meeting. Suspicious. He was walking around in the middle of the night with a large bag and was stopped by the police as a suspicious person. Vicious. The wild dog was very vicious and intimidated anyone who approached. Initiate. The company initiated the implementation of a new computer system to improve operational efficiency. Issue. This is a very important issue that we will face in the future. Pitiful. It was a pitiful sight to see the little bird, whose nest had been destroyed by the storm, shivering on the ground. Political. He threw himself into political activism to bring the voices of young people to national politics. Legitimacy. Many citizens questioned the legitimacy of the election results. Legitimate. He is recognized by those around him as the legitimate successor to the company. Illegitimate. His claims lacked legal basis and were deemed illegitimate. Citizen. Every citizen has the right and the obligation to vote in elections. Little. Every day he continues to work steadily, little by little towards his goal. Bitter. He was betrayed by a trusted friend and it was a very bitter experience. Litter. Littering in parks leads to environmental destruction. Literature. He majored in British literature at university and is researching Shakespeare. Literature. He majored in British literature at university and is researching Shakespeare. Literally. His story was so amazing that it literally left me speechless. Illiterate. In developing countries, there is an urgent need to provide support to illiterate people who have been deprived of educational opportunities. Literary. She was blessed with literary talent and won the New Writers' Prize at the tender age of 20. Politically. The decision was driven more by political than economic motivations. Critical. He expressed critical opinions about his boss's plan and called for improvements. Criticize. He only criticizes the opinions of others and never offers any alternatives of his own. Criticism. Her new novel has received harsh criticism from experts. Citizenship. He lived in the country for many years and eventually obtained citizenship. Critic. As a well-known film critic, he evaluates new releases with a keen perspective. Critics. His new film has been met with rave reviews from critics. City. He decided to leave the quiet countryside and work in the bustling city. Committee. A committee of experts was set up to consider new educational policies. Pity. He felt deep pity for those who had lost their homes and donated a large amount of money. Pretty. The garden is filled with colorful and pretty flowers. Witty. His witty jokes always amuse partygoers. Equivalent. Passing this exam is considered equivalent to the academic ability of a university graduate. Frivolous. He was scolded for making a frivolous joke in the middle of an important meeting. Civilize. Ancient empires attempted to civilize the territories they conquered by introducing their own laws and education. Civilized. We live in a civilized society where individual freedom is respected. Activity. Through after-school club activities, students learn the importance of teamwork. Captivity. Animals born in the wild often experience great stress in captivity. Productivity. As a result of introducing the new management system, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Vivid. His memories of the trip were as vivid as if it were yesterday. Civil. As the conflict escalated, great care was taken to avoid civil casualties. Given. The goal is to achieve the best possible results under given conditions. Pivot. He pivoted his ankle and quickly turned to avoid the tackle. Deliver. The delivery company delivered the order package on schedule. Liver. The liver is an important organ that breaks down toxins in the body and aids in metabolism. Quiver. He was so nervous that his voice was slightly quivering as he began his speech. River. A beautiful river flows through the center of the city, making it a place of relaxation for the citizens. Shiver. It was so cold that he shivered violently as he hurried home. Delivery. The product I ordered online was delivered earlier than expected. Dividend. The company's performance was strong, and large dividends were paid to shareholders. Civic. He is an avid volunteer for local cleanups as a way of fulfilling his civic duty. Trivial. Worrying about such trivial things is a waste of time. Oblivion. His name was once famous, but has now faded into the oblivion of history. Oblivious. He was so absorbed in his music that he was completely oblivious to what was going on around him. Invisible. He began to walk unsteadily, as if controlled by an invisible force. Visible. The fog cleared and the distant mountains became clearly visible. Visitor. The museum receives many visitors from all over the world on weekends. Imprison. The dictatorial regime imprisoned people involved in anti-government activities one after another. Prison. He was arrested for robbery and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Prisoner. The prisoner was released from prison after more than a decade and became a free man. Imprisonment. He committed a serious crime and was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. Visit. I plan to use my summer vacation to visit some old temples in Kyoto. Miserable. He had been caught in the cold rain all day and returned home feeling miserable. Misery. War brings much misery. Blizzard. A fierce blizzard made it impossible to see more than a few meters ahead. Physically. He is physically very strong and can withstand rigorous training. Physical. He makes sure to get regular physical exercise to stay healthy. Physicist. The renowned physicist won the Nobel Prize for proposing a new theory of quantum mechanics. Physics. Einstein laid the foundations of modern physics and fundamentally changed our view of the universe. Busy. He is extremely busy from morning to night preparing for a new project. Dizzy. When he suddenly stood up, he felt a slight dizziness and staggered. Dizziness. The moment he suddenly stood up, he was hit by a violent dizziness and fell back into his chair. Visual. The presentation materials make extensive use of graphs and photographs, making them very visually easy to understand. Collision. Two cars collided violently at an intersection, sending debris flying everywhere. Decision. When making important decisions in life, you should take your time and think things through calmly. Division. The company established a new sales division to develop overseas markets. Envision. Architects envision future cities that incorporate the latest environmental technologies. Precision. The watches are assembled by skilled craftsmen with incredible precision. Provision. In preparation for disasters, it is necessary to secure emergency provisions such as water and food. Supervision. At construction sites, strict supervision is carried out by experts to ensure safety. Vision. Great leaders have a clear vision for the future of their organization. Visually. The presentation materials make extensive use of graphs and diagrams, making them visually very easy to understand. Rib. When he fell, he suffered a serious injury, breaking one of his ribs. Enrich. Reading enriches our minds and opens up new worlds to us. Hitch. The project is going smoothly so far without any hitches. The insect bites were so itchy that he couldn't sleep all night. Pitch. He made an enthusiastic pitch to investors to convey the appeal of his project. Stitch. She carefully stitched the torn skirt back together. Which? Faced with two options, he seriously considered which one to choose. Which? In the fairy tales I read as a child, there was a terrifying witch who lived deep in the forest. Enrichment. Reading brings intellectual and spiritual enrichment to our lives. Amid. Amidst a flurry of cheers and applause, the winner hoisted the trophy aloft. Bid. The company submitted a bid to win the airport construction work. Forbid. His doctor forbids him from strenuous exercise to avoid straining his heart. Rid. He threw out everything unnecessary and rid the room of everything. Skid. Because the road was frozen, the car skidded badly on the curve. Midday. I decided to avoid going out during the midday hours when the sun was shining brightly. Kidnap. The group was planning to kidnap the businessman's son for ransom. Midnight. He was so absorbed in his work that before he knew it, the clock had struck midnight. Kidney. The kidney plays an important role in filtering waste products from the blood and producing urine. Midweek. He has an important meeting coming up in midweek and is busy preparing. Midst. Even in the midst of chaos, he remained calm and gave precise instructions. With. Even when faced with difficulties, he faced them with courage. If it rains tomorrow, the field trip will be cancelled. Sniff. The police dog sniffed the scent of the criminal's belongings and began its pursuit. Stiff. When he woke up in the morning, he found that he had slept wrong and his neck muscles were stiff. Thrifty. He lives a very thrifty life and does not engage in any wasteful spending. Drift. The ship, its engine dead, drifted slowly northward, carried by the strong ocean current. Lift. He used all his strength to lift the heavy load from the ground. Shift. Factory employees work in 2 shifts, day and night. Sift. Before baking the cake, the flour needs to be sifted to remove any lumps. Swift. His swift decision-making helped the company avoid major losses. Thrift. She grew up in a family that valued thrift and has developed the habit of taking good care of things. Dig. He dug deep with his shovel into the corner of the garden in search of treasure. Twig. The little bird used its beak to gather small twigs from the ground to build its nest. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Dignify. He didn't want to dignify others by refuting their badmouthing. Signify. Her silent nod signified her acceptance of the proposal. Dignity. No matter what difficult situation he was in, he never lost his dignity. Signal. Although it was foggy, we could clearly see the signal coming from the lighthouse in the distance. Ignorance. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse in court. Ignorant. He is ignorant of the fact. Bridge. The huge suspension bridge serves as an important bridge connecting the two islands. Ridge. Mountain rescue teams made their way over the steep ridge to the victims. Brick. The old factory is built with red bricks, giving it a sense of history. Kick. He exploded in anger and kicked the empty can in front of him with all his might. Lick. The cat was licking its body repeatedly to groom its fur. Nick. While shaving, he inadvertently nicked his chin a little. Pick. Picked a basket full of fresh strawberries from her garden. Prick. The needle touched my fingertip and I felt a sharp prick. Quick. He was going to be late, so he walked quickly to the station. Sick. He had a severe headache and felt nauseous, and was sick today and took the day off work. Stick. To avoid getting lost, he placed a stick in a tree at the corner as a landmark. Thick. The book was very thick, and it took me more than a month to finish reading it. Trick. He showed a magic trick. Picture. To preserve the memories of his trip, he took pictures of the beautiful scenery with his camera. Picturesque. The lakeside village is known for its picturesque scenery. Prickly. The stems of the plant have prickly thorns that hurt when you touch them. Quickly. He wrote the report quickly to meet the deadline. Pickpocket. In tourist areas, you need to be careful of pickpockets who will try to steal your wallet in crowded places. Dictionary. Whenever he reads a paper in a foreign language, he always has a dictionary at hand to look up the meaning of words. Addiction. In modern society, digital addiction caused by excessive use of smartphones is becoming a problem. Conviction. With his own beliefs and strong conviction, he continued his work to eliminate discrimination. Fiction. All characters and organizations appearing in this story are fictional and have no relation to real people or organizations. Friction. Where different cultures come into contact, friction can sometimes arise from minor misunderstandings. Jurisdiction. The incident occurred within the jurisdiction of local police, not federal police. Prediction. Based on the latest data, the Japan Meteorological Agency has issued a prediction that this summer will be hotter than usual. Restriction. To prevent the spread of infectious diseases, the government imposed strict restrictions on entry from overseas. Addicted. He has recently become addicted to smartphone games and is suffering from sleep deprivation. Victim. Police interviewed the victim of the fraud case in detail. Contradictory. His testimony today was in direct contradiction with his explanation yesterday. Addictive. This online game is so addictive that once you start playing it's hard to put down. Fix. I tried to fix the broken faucet myself, but it only made things worse. Fixture. This lamp is fixed to the wall as a fixture in the room. Mixture. The cake is made from an exquisite mixture of flour, sugar, and eggs. Afflict. The people of that poor village have been afflicted by severe food shortages for many years. Contradict. His testimony today directly contradicts what he said during his previous police interview. Depict. The artist vividly depicted the cityscape at dusk with his unique sense of color. Inflict. War inflicts immense suffering on many innocent civilians. Predict. Economists predict a gradual economic recovery in the second half of next year. Restrict. Due to the water shortage, local governments have asked residents to restrict watering their gardens. Strict. My father was very strict about etiquette and forbade talking during meals. Strictly. Smoking is strictly prohibited in this area and violators will be fined. Bill. After eating at a restaurant, he asked the waiter to bring him the bill. Chill. He went outside wearing little clothing, and the cold night wind made him feel chilled. Distill. The chemist heated the mixture to remove the impurities and distilled the pure liquid. Drill. Used a powerful electric drill to make a hole in the wall. Fill. She filled up the glass with cold water to quench her dry throat. Fulfill. Fulfilling contractual obligations is the foundation of trust in business. Hill. From the top of the gentle hill, you can get a panoramic view of the entire village. Ill. He suddenly started feeling ill last night and has been in bed all day today. Instill. One of the purposes of education is to instill correct moral values in children. Pill. He took the pill prescribed by his doctor with water to cure his cold. Shrill. Suddenly a shrill scream echoed through the quiet night air. Skill. He has a high programming skill. Spill. He carelessly spilled his coffee on the table. Still. It was raining heavily outside, but inside the house it was surprisingly still. Thrill. He rode a roller coaster and experienced a thrill like he had never experienced before. Till. He used a tractor to carefully till the soil in his field in preparation for harvest. Until. He stayed in the office and continued working until the job was finished. Bewilder. The sudden rule change left all the participants bewildered. Wilderness. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and set out on a journey into the wilderness, where nature remains untouched. Pilgrim. Every year, many pilgrims from all over the world visit the holy site. Fulfillment. He has finally achieved his long-held dream of owning his own store, and feels a great sense of fulfillment. Illness. She was forced to cancel a trip she had been looking forward to due to a sudden illness. Stillness. As the night deepened, the area was enveloped in a deep stillness. Hillside. In spring, colorful wildflowers bloom on the gentle hillsides. Filter. He replaced the coffee filter. Guilty. He was found guilty in court of years of fraud. Civilian. Ensuring the safety of unarmed civilians in conflict zones is a top priority. Brilliance. The young pianist's performance was filled with technical precision and artistic brilliance. Brilliant. The young genius mathematician presented a brilliant solution to a difficult problem that no one had been able to solve. Build. He dreams of one day building a house of his own design. Filled. The venue was filled with many fans eagerly awaiting the announcement of the new work. Rebuild. Rebuilding a city destroyed by an earthquake takes a huge amount of time and money. Silk. This scarf is made from the finest silk and feels incredibly smooth against the skin. Film. On his days off, he likes to watch his favorite old films at home. Guilt. He felt a strong sense of guilt for having lied. Tilt. The impact of the earthquake caused the old clock tower to tilt slightly to the right. Brim. Her eyes were brimful with tears of joy at the reunion. Dim. During the blackout, the room was dimly lit by candlelight. Grim. Investigators were left speechless by the grim sights at the gruesome crime scene. Gym. To stay healthy, he goes to the gym every day after work. Hymn. On Sunday morning, beautiful hymns praising God could be heard coming from the church. Limb. He injured his left limb in the accident, but recovered through intensive rehabilitation. Skim. When she's short on time, she schemes newspaper headlines for information. Trim. He trimmed the overgrown branches neatly to keep the hedge in his garden in shape. Symbol. The dove is a symbol of peace. Timber. This region has long been a thriving producer of high-quality timber. Symphony. The orchestra gave a flawless performance of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony. Chimney. White smoke rose from the chimney on the roof of the old house all winter long. Impotent. He felt intense anger at the unjust verdict, but also felt impotent because he was powerless to change it. Sympathize. She met a friend who had suffered a sudden tragedy and felt deep sympathy for his grief. Sympathy. She felt heartfelt sympathy for her best friend's misfortune. Impulse. She saw a beautiful dress in a store and couldn't resist the impulse to buy it. Implement. The government quickly implemented new economic policies to promote economic recovery. Improvise. He suddenly encountered equipment problems, but he improvised brilliantly using the tools at hand. Crimson. The clouds, illuminated by the setting sun, were dyed a fiery crimson. Limp. He hurt his leg during a soccer game and left the pitch limp. Symptom. He complained of typical cold symptoms, sore throat and fever. Glimpse. He thought he caught a brief glimpse of his old lover in the crowd. Akin. His unique style of painting has a childlike purity to it. Begin. When starting a new project, the entire team reaffirmed their goals. Bin. When throwing away trash, recyclable and non-recyclable items should be separated into the correct bins. Din. The intense din from the machinery at the construction site made it difficult to even have a conversation with the person next to me. Kin. He had an accident while overseas, but fortunately he had kin there and was able to get help. Pin. To keep the scarf in place, she fastened it with a beautiful pin adorned with pearls. Sin. I was taught that telling a lie is a sin. Skin. On sunny days, you should apply sunscreen to protect your skin from UV rays. Spin. A figure skater performed a breathtakingly fast spin on the ice. Thin. As we approached the summit, the air became thinner and we began to feel short of breath. Twin. The twin brothers have identical facial features and are indistinguishable on first meeting. Win. He endured the rigorous training and finally achieved his long-awaited victory at the national tournament. Within. To be successful, it's important to believe in the possibilities that lie within you. Inborn. She has an incredible inborn gift for sensing the pain of others. Indicator. The trend in unemployment rate is one of the important indicators for judging a country's economic situation. Indicate. The latest survey results indicate growing concern about environmental issues among young people. Industry. The country has achieved remarkable economic growth thanks to the development of the automobile industry. Indoor. The facility is equipped with a large indoor tennis court for fun even on rainy days. Index. I used the index at the back of the book to quickly find the information I needed. Hinder. A severe snowstorm significantly hindered rescue teams' search efforts. Kindergarten. He has just started kindergarten and looks forward to playing with his new friends every day. Syndrome. In modern society, the health hazards caused by long hours of desk work have become a kind of syndrome. Infinite. The universe is infinite, and it is impossible for humans to know everything about it. Infant. The infant was sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Influx. During the tourist season, the small town experiences an influx of tourists from all over the world. Influence. Through social media, she has a huge influence on young people's fashion and lifestyles. Injure. The violent collision left him with a back injury and forced him into hospital. Injury. He was involved in a violent collision during a rugby match and suffered a serious shoulder injury. Income. He is trying to increase his monthly income by starting a side job. Inmate. The prison's inmates receive vocational training to help them reintegrate into society. Input. He input the data. Incident. Police have launched an investigation into a violent incident that took place in the park last night. Peninsula. The beautiful peninsula is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and is a great tourist spot. Principal. The principal objective of this project is to reduce costs. Principle. He firmly rejected injustice, following his own beliefs and principles. Insight. The scholar offered sharp insight into the complex problems facing modern society. Insect. In summer, many insects such as rhinoceros beetles and stag beetles gather in the forest. Coincidence. Meeting an old friend by chance while traveling doesn't seem like a mere coincidence. Intrinsic. The value of a gemstone is determined not only by its beauty, but also by its intrinsic quality, rarity. Instigate. He pulled the strings behind the scenes, instigating and inciting disgruntled workers to go on strike. Institute. The government has instituted new training programs to promote youth employment. Instance. He cited several concrete success instances to support his claims. Instant. When he heard about the accident, he instantly rushed to the scene. Instantly. He pressed a button and the data on the screen instantly updated. Instinct. A mother's instinct to protect her child from danger is a biological instinct. Instrument. From an early age, he was able to play multiple instruments with perfection. Provincial. He prefers the quiet, provincial life to the sophisticated life of the city. Kinship. Although they are not related by blood, they feel a deep kinship through their shared hobbies. Integrated. The new system integrates customer management and inventory management functions. Integrate. Immigrants integrate into local society. Intellect. He has a high level of intellect and can easily follow complex philosophical discussions. Intimacy. They spent many years together and built such an intimacy that they could understand each other without speaking. Intimate. Through their long-term relationship, they developed an intimate relationship in which they shared each other's secrets. Interim. He served as interim president until a permanent successor was chosen. Interval. Taking short intervals between bouts of intense exercise helps prevent fatigue from building up. Intake. My doctor recommended that I limit my daily salt intake to stay healthy. Intricacy. He spent several hours trying to understand the intricacies of the watch's mechanics. Interested. He has been interested in space since he was a child and hopes to become an astronaut in the future. Interesting. This book offers a very interesting perspective that captures the issues of modern society in a sharp way. Interest. He has had a strong interest in astronomy since he was a child. Synthesize. He synthesized data from multiple studies and formulated a new hypothesis. Vineyard. In the vast vineyards of southern France, it was time to harvest wine grapes. Pinch. He pinched his cheeks hard to make sure this wasn't a dream. Windmill. The Dutch countryside is dotted with giant windmills that spin slowly in the wind. Hinge. The door hinge is rusty and makes an unpleasant noise every time you open or close it. Infringe. Using copyrighted material without permission infringes the rights of the author. Convince. Through persistent persuasion, he finally succeeded in convincing his client. Since. Has been working at the same company in this city since he graduated from college. Dint. He finally achieved his position through persistent effort. Bring. Please remember to bring a copy of the report that each of you has prepared to tomorrow's meeting. Cling. When young children feel anxious, they cling tightly to the hems of their mother's clothes. Fling. He fled the used paper carelessly into the trash can. Sling. He slings a large bag over his shoulder and sets off on his journey. Bring. The harsh winter is over and spring has arrived, bringing with it the blooming of colorful flowers. Sting. As time passed, the area where the bee stung began to sting more and more intensely. String. He used a strong nylon string to secure his luggage. Swing. Children are playing on the swing. Kingdom. Lions reign as kings of the vast kingdom of the savannah. Mingle. The party host went around among the guests, actively mingle. Finger. She ran her finger across the map and confirmed her destination. Fingerprint. Police quickly identified the perpetrator by comparing fingerprints left at the scene. Fingertip. She gently touched the piano keys with her fingertips and began to play quietly. Bilingual. Having spent her childhood in America, she is perfectly bilingual in Japanese and English. Extinguisher. A fire extinguisher was placed near the kitchen in case of a fire. Distinguish. He has excellent hearing and can distinguish subtle differences in sound. Extinguish. Firefighters struggled in strong winds to extinguish the raging fire. Singular. He demonstrated a singular talent that was unrivaled in his field. Sprinkle. She finished by lightly sprinkling powdered sugar on top of the baked muffins. Twinkle. In the night sky, countless stars twinkled like jewels. Wrinkle. He wrinkled his brow deeply and thoughtfully tried to solve a difficult problem. Synchronize. To prevent data loss, periodically synchronize the information on your smartphone and the cloud. Blink. The light was so bright that he couldn't help but blink several times. Brink. The endangered species is on the brink of extinction due to environmental destruction. Link. Click this link. Shrink. This sweater is 100% wool, so it will shrink if washed in hot water. Sink. A huge luxury cruise ship collided with an iceberg and slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean. Stink. The trash can lid is open and there's a terrible stink in the room. Think. To solve the difficult math problem, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. Distinction. There is a clear distinction between successful people and unsuccessful people in their daily habits. Extinction. If environmental destruction continues, many wild animals will be at risk of extinction. Distinctive. This wine has a distinctive aroma that comes from the soil specific to its region. Distinct. When the fog cleared, the two islands visible in the distance revealed distinct shapes. Extinct. Dinosaurs are thought to have extinct from the Earth tens of millions of years ago. Chip. When he fell, he chipped the rim of his precious teacup. Clip. He used a large office clip to hold the scattered papers together. Dip. She dipped the bread lightly into the hot soup before putting it in her mouth. Equip. The school has equipped classrooms with new computers so students can learn the latest technology. Grip. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Lip. His lips were dry from nervousness, so he continued his speech, moistening them with his tongue several times. Nip. The cold morning air nipped at the tip of my nose, making me realize that winter was coming. Rip. He ripped the old letter to shreds and threw it in the trash. Sip. He sipped his hot coffee one sip at a time and looked out the window at the scenery. Skip. I was busy and skipped breakfast. Slip. He nearly slipped on the icy road and fell. Strip. Before repainting, the old paint needs to be stripped cleanly. Tip. He gave a generous tip in recognition of the excellent service at the restaurant. Trip. He tripped over a tree root that was sticking out into the road and nearly fell. Equipment. The Research Institute is equipped with the advanced equipment required for cutting-edge scientific research. Lipstick. Before going out, she looked in the mirror and applied bright red lipstick. Description. Based on witness testimony, police prepared a physical description of the suspect. Prescription. After his consultation at the hospital, he picked up his prescription medication at the pharmacy. Subscription. To stay up to date, he signed up for a paid subscription to Economic News. Eclipse. A total solar eclipse, when the moon passes between the sun and the earth, obscuring the sun, is a spectacular sight. Script. In preparation for the performance, the actors memorized the script they were given perfectly. Adhere. Adheres firmly to any smooth surface. Appear. Appeared before our eyes. Austere. The monks live an extremely austere life, eliminating all luxury. Beer. For him, the best way to relax is with a cold beer after work. Career. He began his career as an educator at a small elementary school in his hometown. Cheer. The crowd gave a huge cheer to the team that pulled off the comeback victory. Disappear. She blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared from sight. Fear. Fear of failure can sometimes dampen your motivation to try new things. Frontier. Scientists continue their research to explore the unknown frontier of space. Gear. Before going camping, I checked all the necessary gear, such as tents and sleeping bags. Hear. I could hear the church bells ringing in the distance. Here. I've lived here for over 10 years and I really love the atmosphere here. Insincere. His apology was insincere and came across as somewhat insincere. Interfere. When parents interfere excessively with their children's relationships, it hinders their growth. Mere. Solving the problem will require more than mere efforts. Fundamental reform is required. Peer. Appreciation from peers is very important to young people. Persevere. Even when the situation is difficult, it is important to persevere until the end in order to achieve your goals. Pier. He sat on a pier at the water's edge and watched the sun go down. Pioneer. As a pioneer in space development, he has successfully completed many challenging missions. Queer. Seemed a little queer today, like he was hiding something. Rear. We loaded our luggage into the rear seats of the car and got ready to go. Severe. This winter has been hit by an unusually severe cold wave, causing damage all over the country. Sheer. The north face of the mountain forms a sheer, almost vertical cliff. Sincere. He acknowledged his mistake and offered a sincere apology to the victim. Sneer. He scoffed at my efforts and walked away with a derisive sneer. Souvenir. He bought local crafts as souvenirs to remember his trip abroad. Sphere. With the spread of the internet, people's range of activities has expanded to every sphere on the planet. Steer. The captain used the huge rudder to steer the ship through the storm to safety. Year. He undergoes a medical checkup once a year to check the state of his body. Nearby. I was thirsty, so I bought a cold drink at a nearby convenience store. Tearful. She was sad to say goodbye to her best friend and said a tearful final goodbye at the airport. Merely. He refused to admit his fault and insisted that it was merely bad luck. Nearly. My homework is nearly finished. Severely. Last night's storm severely damaged the trees in the orchard. Sincerely. He deeply regrets his mistake and has sincerely apologized to the victim. Beard. He spent several months growing a handsome beard to give him a wild look. Weird. In the forest at night I heard a weird cry I had never heard before. Fierce. In the final, a fierce battle unfolded between the two teams for victory. Bliss. For him, spending time away from the hustle and bustle of the city in the quiet forest is the ultimate bliss. Dismiss. His boss quickly dismissed his proposal, saying it lacked concrete evidence. Miss. He regrets missing an important meeting. This. I have every confidence that this new project will be a success. Mischief. The children planned a little mischief to surprise the adults. Fiscal. The government has released its fiscal outlook for next year's budget. Discourse. The scholar delivered an in-depth discourse on the state of ethics in modern society. Brisk. For his health, he takes a walk every morning in the cool, brisk air. Risk. He made a decision to take a risk involving a large amount of money. Crisp. The crisp autumn morning air cleared his head. Assist. As a volunteer, he assists elderly people with carrying heavy loads. Consist. Our team consists of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Enlist. He decided to enlist in the military as soon as he turned 18 to protect his country. Exist. Scientists believe that extraterrestrial life exists somewhere in this vast universe. Insist. He insisted that he was right and refused to apologize. Persist. Even in difficult situations, it is important to persist in your beliefs. Resist. He couldn't resist the sweet temptation and finally gave up on his diet. Twist. The story had an unexpected twist at the end that surprised readers. Wrist. He hurt his wrist while practicing tennis and was unable to hold a racket for a while. Dish. My mother served her specialty pasta on a large, colorful dish. Fish. His hobby is to go to the river on his days off and spend his time leisurely fishing. Wish. When she spotted the shooting star, she secretly wished in her heart for her future success. Quit. Due to insufficient evidence, the judge acquitted the defendant of all charges. Admit. He readily admitted his mistake and apologized to everyone. Bit. He seems to have been a bit unwell since last night. Commit. He committed his entire life to the cause of helping the poor. Emit. The old factory continues to emit black smoke late into the night. Fit. These shoes fit my feet perfectly and I can walk in them for long periods without getting tired. Hit. The new song was a huge hit upon its release, reaching number 1 on the charts. I was looking for the book and finally found it under the desk. Knit. Grandma knitted a warm wool sweater for her grandson in preparation for winter. Omit. When preparing the report, I decided to omit unimportant details. Permit. By law, unauthorized operations are not permitted in this area. Pit. Before eating a peach, you need to remove the large, hard pit in the center. Quit. He decided to quit his long-time job to pursue a new dream. Shit. Faced with sudden trouble, he instinctively uttered the curse word shit. Sit. My hobby is to sit on a park bench and enjoy reading at my leisure. Slit. She cut a small slit in the edge of the envelope and carefully removed the contents. Spit. He was so angry that he spat at the man's feet and walked away. Split. He used an axe to split a large piece of firewood in two for the campfire. Submit. The assignment report must be submitted to the Secretariat by next Monday. Transmit. This radio allows you to transmit signals over long distances. Wit. With her quick wit, she instantly lightened the tense atmosphere. Commitment. To be successful, a strong commitment to your goals is essential. Witness. Police are looking for witnesses who were close by to witness last night's accident. Myth. Even today, many people believe in the myth that certain foods are panaceas. Forgive. She decided to forgive him for his mistake and to rebuild their relationship of trust. Give. He gave his wife a beautiful necklace for her birthday. Privilege. Meeting with the president is a special privilege given only to a select few. Is a highly accomplished scientist and holds many patents. Wisdom. She counseled the young people with the wisdom she had gained from many years of experience. Dismal. The rain that has been falling for several days has cast a dismal atmosphere over the city. Pebble. While walking along the beach, I picked up small pebbles that had been washed round by the waves. Rebel. He is supported by young people as a rebel who stands up against the existing old authority. Perpetuate. Education has the role of perpetuating a country's culture and traditions. Treacherous. A winter mountain path hit by a snowstorm is an extremely treacherous place where one wrong step could result in a fall. Perpetual. He suffers from perpetual anxiety and has trouble sleeping at night. Edible. Carefully examine the mushrooms you find in the mountains to make sure they are truly edible. Incredible. He performed incredible piano playing using just 3 fingers. Medical. If you are not feeling well, you should seek professional medical advice rather than self-diagnosing. Dedicate. He dedicated his entire life to helping underprivileged children. Predicate. This new theory is built on predicates of existing scientific data. Medicine. When you are unwell, it is important to follow your doctor's instructions and take the prescribed medicine correctly. Predecessor. The new mayor's policies were significantly different from the path established by his predecessor. Pedestal. The statue stands in the center of the museum's exhibition room, on a magnificent marble pedestal. Editor. As an editor at a newspaper company, he carefully checked the manuscripts that arrived. Predator. The lion is a powerful predator that stands at the top of the savanna's ecosystem. Meditate. He meditates for 30 minutes every morning to calm his mind and improve his focus. Heredity. Traits like eye color and height are passed from parent to child through heredity. Credit. The credit for the brilliant invention went to her, the team leader. Edit. Before broadcasting, any inappropriate comments must be edited. Federal. In the United States, federal laws apply nationwide, separate from state laws. Reddish. At dusk, the sky was a beautiful reddish color. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Meadow. In the warm spring sunshine, I leisurely walked through the meadow, where colorful wildflowers were in full bloom. Altogether. His explanation was altogether different from what I had heard beforehand. Feather. The rare bird had beautiful feathers that changed color depending on how the light hit them. Leather. I like leather bags. Together. We worked together as a family to solve this difficult problem. Weather. I refrained from going out because the forecast predicted the weather would get worse on the weekend. Weather. He thought carefully all night about whether he should accept the new job. Definite. He has very definite plans for his future. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Deficit. The government is under pressure to take measures to eliminate the ballooning fiscal deficit. Preface. In the book's preface, the author expresses his gratitude to the people who helped him write the book. Preference. I like coffee, but I have a preference for tea. Reference. When he prepared his resume, he listed his former boss as a reference. Effort. Success requires effort. Effortless. As a result of years of practice, she played difficult pieces effortlessly. Efficacy. Clinical trials showed that the new drug had high efficacy against the specific disease. Nephew. He is my lovely nephew. Legacy. From his late grandfather, he inherited not only a vast fortune but also the spiritual legacy of integrity. Negative. There was a lot of negative reaction from within the team about the change in plans. Beggar. A shabbily dressed beggar was sitting on the street corner, asking passers-by for small change. Segregate. Historically, the area has been subject to unjust policies that segregate the races. Integrity. As a politician, he always maintained high ethics and integrity. Regulatory. The government's regulatory agency established new food safety standards. Regulated. The chemical industry is strictly regulated. Regulator. Regulators introduced new rules to maintain the stability of financial markets. Regulate. The government strictly regulates financial transactions to prevent market turmoil. Legible. When filling out documents, please write in legible handwriting so that anyone can read it later. Prejudice. Education is the most effective means of breaking down prejudice against certain groups. Educate. Properly educating the younger generation is crucial to the future of the nation. Regiment. He is assigned to an elite infantry regiment and is undergoing rigorous training. Legend. His indomitable spirit and achievements became a legend passed down to many people later. Legislature. The legislature is deliberating on a new bill to improve the people's lives. Legislature. The legislature is deliberating on a new bill to improve the people's lives. Legislator. State legislators passed a new bill regarding an increase in the education budget. Legislative. For a new bill to be approved, it must go through the legislative process. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Schedule. He keeps an eye on the clock as he keeps up with his minute-by-minute packed schedule. Mechanism. I understood the mechanism of the clock. Recognize. When I met him for the first time in a long time, he had changed completely, but when I heard his voice, I immediately recognized him. Beckon. She beckoned me, who was far away, to come over. Reckon. Based on current progress, he reckoned that the project will take another 3 weeks to complete. Reconcile. He spent hours thinking hard about how to reconcile ideals and reality. Second. He was second in the race, but he renewed his personal best. Second-hand. To save money, he bought expensive furniture second-hand. Decorate. For the birthday party, we decorated the living room with colorful balloons. Echo. When I called out from deep inside the cave, my voice came back to me as an echo. Secretary. As a company secretary, she manages her boss's schedule perfectly. Equity. To realize social equity, one must consider not just equal opportunity, but also the fairness of outcomes. Secular. Modern public education is based on secular education that is not based on any specific religion. Speculate. Investors speculate about how new product announcements will affect stock prices. Consecutive. The team showed overwhelming strength, winning 5 consecutive league games. Executive. As the company's executive, he is responsible for making important business decisions. Umbrella. He always keeps a folding umbrella in his bag in case of sudden rain. Celebrate. A grand parade was held throughout the city to celebrate the team's victory. Delegate. He decided to delegate his work to a trusted subordinate. Relegate. The team was relegated to a lower league due to poor performance. Eligible. Only those with at least 3 years of work experience are eligible to take the professional qualification exam. Intelligence. Advances in artificial intelligence are dramatically changing the way we work. Intelligent. She was very intelligent and could solve complex mathematical equations in no time. Delicacy. The fish eggs are highly prized as a rare delicacy in this region. Delicate. This pottery is very delicate and needs to be handled with great care. Delicately. She delicately wiped the fragile antique glass with a cloth. Delicately. She delicately wiped the fragile antique glass with a cloth. Eloquence. His impressive eloquence convinced even the opposition members of parliament. Eloquent. His eloquent speech deeply touched the hearts of the audience. Element. Hydrogen is one of the most abundant chemical elements in the universe. Telescope. His hobby is astronomy, and he uses a powerful telescope to observe the rings of Saturn. Relative. The definition of success changes relative to the environment in which one finds themselves. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Fidelity. The audio equipment is known for high fidelity, which faithfully reproduces the original sound. Irrelevance. As the debate heated up, the irrelevance of his remarks became more apparent. Relevance. The information is of direct relevance to the problems we currently face. Irrelevant. His question was completely irrelevant to the topic at hand. Relevant. To move the discussion forward, let's stick to what is relevant to this issue for now. Elevate. In recognition of his achievements, he was promoted from manager to department head. Develop. The company is developing new software to meet market needs. Envelop. The summit was enveloped in a thick mist, obscuring all view of the surrounding area. Development. The government has injected funds to promote the economic development of the region. Jealous. When he found out that his best friend had been promoted before him, he felt a little jealous. Dweller. Urban dwellers enjoy a convenient life but are troubled by noise and air pollution. Accelerate. In order to boost the economy, the government plans to accelerate public investment. Intelligently. She was able to answer even difficult questions intelligently and calmly. Intelligently. She was able to answer even difficult questions intelligently and calmly. Relic. This old silver coin is a valuable relic that tells us about trade in the 18th century. Compelling. The documentary film was very compelling in its emphasis on the seriousness of climate change. Dwelling. Archaeologists are investigating remains of cave dwellings where people lived thousands of years ago. Spelling. In an English test, even if the meaning is correct, you won't get any points if the spelling is incorrect. Relish. She seems to really relish taking on new challenges. Fellow. He has started a new research project in collaboration with his fellow university colleagues. Mellow. The wine has been aged for a long time, giving it a very mellow taste. Dilemma. He faced a difficult dilemma of whether to prioritize work or family. Remedy. We need to find a fundamental remedy to solve this serious problem. Remedy. We need to find a fundamental remedy to solve this serious problem. Emigrant. In the 19th century, many emigrants left Europe in search of new horizons. Chemical. This factory produces a variety of chemical fertilizers to help crops grow. Democrat. As a staunch Democrat, he is always trying to protect civil liberties and rights. Feminine. She likes to wear feminine clothing with lace and frills. Eminent. The conference was attended by many of the world's most eminent scientists. Feminist. She is a prominent feminist and advocates for equal rights for men and women. Supremacy. Armed with innovative technology, the company established overwhelming supremacy in the industry. Chemistry. He majored in chemistry at university and is working on the synthesis of new compounds. Cemetery. Every weekend, he visits the cemetery where his late parents' graves are located to offer flowers. Demonstrate. A public demo was held to demonstrate the usefulness of the new product. Commemorate. A grand ceremony was held to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the country. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Hemisphere. The Earth is divided into two hemispheres, the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere, separated by the equator. Academic. He chose to devote himself to academic research at the university rather than to practical work. Epidemic. An influenza epidemic broke out in the area, causing many schools to close. Premise. The entire argument is based on one false premise. Benefit. This new law will provide significant benefits to low-income families. Enemy. The two countries had been at war for many years, but they finally cooperated to confront a common enemy. Senator. The senator submitted a new bill to revitalize the local economy. Penetrate. Penetrating into a new market requires a thorough marketing strategy. Renovate. He renovated his old home and reopened it as a cafe. Penalty. The player who broke the rules was given a severe penalty, an ejection from the game. Lieutenant. He has been a capable lieutenant and has supported his leader for many years. Tenant. The newly completed high-rise building is already filled with many tenants. Menace. Abandoned ruins are not only at risk of collapse, but also a menace to local security. Senate. After passing the House of Representatives, the bill is debated in the Senate, the upper house. General. He has a general knowledge of a wide range of subjects rather than specialized knowledge. Generous. He gave generously to help the poor without regard for his own profits. Generate. This wind farm has the capacity to generate electricity for the entire region. Energy. He has enough energy. Replenish. Before going on a long drive, you need to replenish your gas tank. Any. Please do not hesitate to ask me if you have any questions, no matter how trivial they are. Many. Many people gathered at the venue to catch a glimpse of his lecture. Anyhow. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I intend to do my best anyhow. Penniless. He turned to gambling, lost all his money, and eventually became penniless. Anywhere. With a passport and a credit card, you can go anywhere in the world. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Genuine. This diamond ring is not an imitation, but a genuine item that comes with a certificate of authenticity. Venue. A famous hotel has been chosen as the venue for next month's international conference. Weapon. Although they hoped for a peaceful resolution, they were ultimately forced to take up weapons to defend themselves. Epic. The film is an epic story that depicts the life of a hero on a grand scale. Reprimand. He made a serious mistake and received a severe reprimand from his boss. Deputy. While the mayor was away, his deputy took over all administrative duties. Era. Due to the spread of the internet, humanity has entered a new era where information sharing happens instantly. Parable. The wise man conveyed complex life lessons in short parables that even a child could understand. Terrible. Last night's massive earthquake has caused terrible damage all over the city. Paradox. It's a strange paradox that the more we learn, the more ignorant we realize we are. Clarify. To avoid misunderstanding, he clarified his intentions in detail once more. Terrify. The sudden violent shaking terrified everyone inside the building. Verify. At the bank counter, I was asked to verify my identity by showing my ID. Paraphrase. There was too much technical terminology and it was difficult to understand, so he paraphrased it into easy-to-understand words. Arrogance. His arrogant attitude alienated everyone on the team. Arrogant. He is overconfident in his own abilities and has an arrogant personality, not listening to the opinions of others. Interrogate. The police took the suspect to the station and interrogated him in detail about his alibi for the previous night. Caricature. The cartoonist drew a funny caricature that extremely emphasized the politician's features. Perilous. Crossing the ocean in a small boat on a stormy night is an extremely perilous and risky endeavor. Paralyze. Record-breaking snowfall paralyzed the city's transportation network, leaving many commuters stranded. Parallel. These two lines are parallel, so no matter how far you stretch them, they will never intersect. Primarily. The company is primarily in Tokyo. Experiment. In science class, we conducted an experiment to observe how plants grow towards the light. Ceremony. The graduation ceremony was held as scheduled in a solemn atmosphere. Therapy. He is receiving therapy from a professional physical therapist for rehabilitation of his injury. Comparison. Rather than comparing yourself to others and feeling down, Think about how you can improve from who you were yesterday. Parasite. Parasites, which live by stealing nutrients from their hosts, play a variety of roles in ecosystems. Inheritance. He inherited a large inheritance from his grandfather and started a new business. Preparatory. He attended preparatory lectures to solidify his basic knowledge in preparation for the main exam. Clarity. He organized the complex problem and presented a solution with surprising clarity. Popularity. The singer gained explosive popularity among young people through social media. Posterity. We have a responsibility to protect this beautiful nature for posterity. Prosperity. Thanks to stable economic policies, this country has enjoyed long-term prosperity. Rarity. Snowfall in this region is very rare. It is truly a rarity. Similarity. The two paintings look similar at first glance, but there are many similarities when you look at the details. Sincerity. I could feel the sincerity in his apology. It was not a lie. Tariff. The government imposed high tariffs on imported goods to protect domestic industries. Tariff. The government imposed high tariffs on imported goods to protect domestic industries. Peril. Putting oneself out to sea in a small boat on a stormy night is a reckless act that carries with it peril, and can even cost one's life. Sterile. Operating rooms are kept sterile to prevent bacterial infection. Herald. The bird's chirping is a herald announcing that the harsh winter is over and spring has arrived. Transparency. Ensuring transparency in the decision-making process is essential to increase organizational trust. Errand. At her mother's request, she went on an errand to the nearby supermarket. Parent. His ill health was apparent to everyone. Transparent. The water in the lake was so transparent that the stones at the bottom were clearly visible. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Embarrass. When his mistake was pointed out in front of everyone, he blushed and became embarrassed. Embarrassment. He was called by the wrong name in public, and his face turned red, unable to hide his embarrassment. Embarrassed. He made a mistake in front of a large group of people and felt very embarrassed. Inherit. She inherited antique jewelry from her late grandmother. Merit. This new proposal has many merits that are worth considering. Terror. A sudden explosion echoed through the city, and people fell into terror and ran around in panic. Territory. That is their territory. Charity. She is doing charity work for the poor. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Daring. He carried out a daring, courageous strategy and succeeded in overcoming a desperate situation. Cherish. I will cherish the happy memories I had with my family for the rest of my life. Perish. Many valuable ancient documents were forever perished in the fire. Bury. He buried the treasure he used to cherish at the base of a large tree in the corner of the garden. Dairy. I eat dairy products every morning. Merry. They were in a very merry mood. Vary. Seasoning for dishes varies greatly depending on personal taste and region. Very. It was very cold this morning, so I went out wearing a thick coat. Aerial. Using a drone, we took aerial photos capturing a panoramic view of the city from above. Aquarium. We went to the aquarium with my family on the weekend. Barbarian. Ancient history books describe battles against barbarian tribes that threatened civilization. Librarian. I couldn't find the material I was looking for, so I decided to consult a librarian with specialized knowledge. Precarious. The company is burdened with huge debts and is in a precarious situation where it could go bankrupt at any time. Various. On weekends, various types of events are held around the park. Married. After a long relationship, they got married last month in the presence of their relatives. Narrow. We carefully drove along the narrow road, which was just wide enough for one car to pass through. Aerospace. She is pursuing a career in the aerospace industry as an engineer. Accessible. The museum is fully equipped with ramps and is designed to be wheelchair accessible. Desolate. After the earthquake, the town was deserted and enveloped in a desolate atmosphere. Decimal. Japan's monetary system is based on the decimal system, which uses a base of 10. Specimen. Scientists carefully collected specimens of the new plant species and analyzed them in detail in the laboratory. Pessimism. Pessimism about the economic outlook is widespread, and consumer spending is visibly declining. Necessary. Daily effort and patience are necessary elements to achieve success. Necessity. In modern society, the internet has become a necessity for daily life. Vessel. The huge vessel is carrying a large amount of oil from the Middle East to Japan. Wrestle. He wrestled alone all night long about what to do about his future. Lesson. You need to take medicine to lessen the pain and get some rest. Adolescence. Adolescence, the period when people change from childhood to adulthood, can be a time when they are prone to emotional instability. Essence. The discussion has become too complicated, so we need to get back to the essence of the issue. Adolescent. During adolescence, people experience rapid changes both physically and mentally. Crescent. A thin, beautiful crescent was floating in the night sky. Celestial. Looking through the telescope, I could clearly see many celestial objects shining in the night sky. Lesser. Between two bad options, he had no choice but to choose the lesser evil. Professor. The university professor presented his latest research results at an international conference. Successor. He announced his retirement and named the subordinate who had worked as his right-hand man for years as his successor. Precedent. The judge carefully examined past precedents in reaching this ruling. Unprecedented. The record-breaking heavy rain that hit the country was of an unprecedented scale. Blessing. The health and peaceful life of my family are a blessing that cannot be replaced. Aggressive. To beat its competitors, the company adopted a very aggressive pricing strategy. Excessive. Excessive alcohol consumption can cause serious damage to your health. Expressive. He can communicate his emotions without using words, through expressive gestures. Impressive. The audience was captivated by her impressive performance, which was unusual for a newcomer. Oppressive. The people were deprived of their freedom under the oppressive rule of a dictatorial regime. Progressive. The city has been implementing a series of progressive policies to protect the environment. Messy. His desk was in a very messy state, with papers and half-eaten bread scattered everywhere. Rescue. The team rescued the stranded person. Desperately. Thirsty, he desperately searched around for water. Desperately. Thirsty, he desperately searched around for water. Desperate. He continues to make desperate efforts to alleviate the food shortage. Testify. He appeared in court as a witness and testified truthfully about the events of that day. Investigator. The police investigator carefully collected the evidence left at the accident scene. Investigate. A team of experts is conducting a detailed investigation at the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Estimate. I was given a rough estimate in advance of how much the repairs would cost. Testimony. He appeared in court as a witness and gave detailed testimony about the events of that day. Destiny. He accepted his destiny and decided to live positively no matter what difficulties he faced. Destitute. Many people have lost their homes due to the war and are forced to live in destitution. Festival. In the summer, the city hosts a grand festival featuring traditional music and dance. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Pester. My little brother pestered my mother repeatedly to buy him a new toy. Pester. My little brother pestered my mother repeatedly to buy him a new toy. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Domestic. She prefers domestic trips around Japan's hot spring resorts to overseas travel. Testing. Engineers are testing the new car. Specialize. The university professor specializes in research into medieval European history. Congressional. The following amendments to the law will require a process of congressional approval. Aggression. Although they hoped for a peaceful resolution, they were forced to respond to military aggression by their neighbors. Compression. To compress large image files and send them via email. Concession. As a result of persistent negotiations, we were able to extract concessions from the other side on several conditions. Confession. He finally confessed to his best friend the secret he had kept in his heart for so many years. Depression. The recession deepened, and the whole country was plunged into a long period of depression. Expression. She has difficulty expressing her feelings in words, but she expresses herself through drawing. Impression. His sincere way of speaking made a very good impression on the interviewer. Obsession. He has an abnormal obsession with health management and keeps detailed records every day. Possession. This old clock is one of the most treasured possessions that has been passed down through generations in my family. Procession. On the day of the festival, gorgeously decorated floats slowly procession down the main street of the town. Profession. He fulfilled his childhood dream and took up the noble profession of medicine. Progression. His piano skills have progressed dramatically thanks to his daily practice. Recession. The global recession has forced many companies to reassess their recruitment plans. Session. The next session of the meeting is at 1 o'clock. Suppression. The government tried to suppress opposition voices by force, but the public's anger did not subside. Precious. We should not waste our precious time on trivial matters. Metaphor. The expression "life is a journey" is a typical metaphor that has been used in many literary works. Detonate. The demolition team detonated dynamite to demolish the old building. Competitor. He always watches the moves of his biggest competitor regarding market share. Competitive. To survive in the global market, competitive pricing of products is essential. Indebted. I am so indebted to him for saving me from a crisis that I can never thank him enough. Kettle. She turned on the kettle on the stove to make coffee. Metal. Car bodies are made of lightweight, durable metals such as aluminum. Settle. Was finally settled on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Settlement. After lengthy negotiations, the two parties agreed to an out-of-court settlement. Threaten. Threaten to reveal the secret to get his way. Threatened. Their habitats are being taken away by development, and many wild animals are threatened with extinction. Better. He makes efforts every day to build a better future. Letter. She wrote a long letter to her friend living far away, describing recent events. Etc. I have books, pens, etc. Etc. The stationery store has many office supplies such as pens, notebooks, erasers, etc. Rhetoric. Politicians' speeches often focus more on rhetoric to incite the masses than on content. Theoretical. His explanation is theoretically correct, but it often doesn't work when you try it in practice. Aesthetic. The architect placed importance not only on functionality, but also on the aesthetic harmony of the entire building. Arithmetic. He amazed those around him by being able to quickly solve complex arithmetic problems mentally. Athletic. He is making the most of his athletic physique and playing for the university's rugby team. Cosmetic. The renovation of the old apartment was cosmetic rather than structural. Genetic. Scientists are trying to identify the genetic factors that cause particular diseases. Magnetic. He has a magnetic charm and is always surrounded by many friends. Pathetic. It is so pathetic and unbearable to see innocent animals being mistreated. Phonetic. To learn the correct pronunciation of English, I looked up each phonetic symbol in the dictionary. Sympathetic. Learning of her friend's grief, she listened quietly with a sympathetic attitude. Retrospect. Looking back now, that decision was a turning point in my life. Metro. To avoid city traffic jams, he commutes to work every day by metro. Ethical. Companies are expected to not only pursue profits, but also to act ethically, taking into consideration the environment and human rights. Method. He decided to introduce a new method to solve the problem efficiently. Ethics. The committee is responsible for ensuring that medical ethics are adhered to. Evidence. Police are looking for conclusive evidence to prove his innocence. Evident. Judging by his expression, It was evident that he was extremely disappointed with the outcome. Revenue. Due to the spread of online advertising, the company's advertising revenue increased significantly compared to the previous year. Devastating. The massive typhoon caused devastating damage to coastal towns. Devastate. A massive earthquake struck the city, devastating many of its historic buildings. Inevitable. Historically, project failure is an inevitable outcome if a project is underprepared. Longevity. A healthy diet and moderate exercise are said to contribute significantly to longevity. Level. He practices every day to bring his skills to a higher level. Heaven. She believes that her beloved dog, who passed away, is now running around happily in heaven. Clever. He is very clever and immediately finds solutions to any complex problem. Clever. He is very clever and immediately finds solutions to any complex problem. Endeavor. He endeavors in his research every day to contribute to the progress of science. Endeavor. He endeavors in his research every day to contribute to the progress of science. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whatsoever. He denied any involvement whatsoever in the incident. Whatsoever. He denied any involvement whatsoever in the incident. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Evergreen. Evergreen trees such as pines and cedars keep their green leaves even through winter. Heavy. He carried the heavy box containing many books upstairs by himself. Several. He saw several kinds of fruit in the refrigerator and wondered which one to eat. Everyone. I want to share this great news with everyone here. Everywhere. In spring, colorful flowers bloom everywhere in the park. Presidency. Throughout his 4-year presidency, he devoted all his efforts to economic reform. President. The company's president announced a new vision for the next generation. Residue. After cleaning, a small amount of chemical residue was found at the bottom of the container. Resolute. He took on the challenge with resolute determination, never giving in to any difficulties. Hesitate. If you have any problems, please don't hesitate to contact us at any time. Reservoir. After several months of no rain, the water level in the city's reservoir, its precious water source, had dropped significantly. Designate. The area has been designated as a special conservation area to protect the natural environment. Presence. He simply walks into a room and exudes a powerful presence that dominates the room. Peasant. In medieval Europe, many peasants made a living by farming the land of their lords. Pleasant. The weather was nice yesterday and the walk in the park was very pleasant. Present. He was present at the meeting but didn't say a word. Unpleasant. The room was filled with an unpleasant smell, like rotten food. Desert. He never deserted his comrades when they faced difficulties. Residence. The luxurious mansion was once the official residence of a famous author. Resident. Local residents are in favor of the proposed new park. Hesitantly. He raised his hand hesitantly and asked a question, looking unsure of himself. Hesitantly. He raised his hand hesitantly and asked a question, looking unsure of himself. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Treasure. The old temple houses precious treasures that have been protected for centuries. Treasure. The old temple houses precious treasures that have been protected for centuries. Immeasurable. The vastness of the universe and the flow of time are immeasurable and beyond the limits of human imagination. Measurement. The latest digital equipment was introduced to take accurate measurements. Ebb. As the tide began to ebb, several beautiful seashells were left on the beach. Web. A spider is spinning a web. Fetch. He threw the ball to the dog and commanded it to fetch it. Stretch. Having been sitting for a long time, he stood up and stretched his body fully. Ahead. A steep mountain path lies ahead, so you need to be very careful. Bread. He enjoyed freshly baked, fragrant bread and coffee for breakfast. Dead. He found a dead bird lying on the roadside and felt sorry for it. Dread. He dreaded tomorrow's important presentation and could not sleep at night. Head. As the head of the organization, he carefully listened to the opinions of the members. Instead, he decided to drink green tea for his health instead of coffee. Lead. With his excellent leadership, he led the team to victory and received praise. Read. To expand his knowledge, he makes it a rule to read books for at least an hour every day. Red. In autumn, the trees on the mountains are dyed in vibrant red, creating a beautiful view. Said. He said, "I will definitely go tomorrow," but he never showed up. Shed. In autumn, trees shed their leaves in preparation for winter. Sled. On the snow-covered hill, children were happily sliding down on a sled. Spread. The rumor spread throughout the town in an instant, causing confusion. Thread. She threaded the needle and carefully mended the torn clothes. Tread. He trod quietly down the hallway so as not to wake his family in the middle of the night. Headache. A series of problems just before the deadline is a major headache for project leaders. Steadfast. No matter what difficulties he faced, he remained steadfast in his beliefs. Dreadful. Last night's fire was a dreadful incident that destroyed a historic library. Headquarters. The global company's headquarters is located in a skyscraper in New York. Deadline. He worked all night and somehow managed to meet the tight deadline. Headline. This morning's newspaper headlines carried a major report on the birth of the new government. Deaf. He was born deaf, but he actively interacts with others using sign language. Deaf. He was born deaf, but he actively interacts with others using sign language. Theft. Police are investigating the theft of a National Treasure class painting from a museum. Leftover. She made lunch today using the leftovers from last night's dinner. Leftover. She made lunch today using the leftovers from last night's dinner. Beg. The poor man begged for enough small change from passers-by to buy some food. Beg. The poor man begged for enough small change from passers-by to buy some food. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Negligible. The loss caused by that mistake is negligible compared to the overall profit. Negligent. The driver's negligent driving caused a multiple collision accident. Segment. New marketing strategies are needed that focus on specific segments of the market. Pregnancy. During her pregnancy, she paid close attention to her diet and exercise to keep herself healthy. Pregnant. The whole family was delighted to hear the news that she was pregnant. Exile. Leaders who failed in their revolution were exiled to expel from the country and forced to live a solitary life. Vegetable. By incorporating fresh vegetables into your daily diet, you can maintain a healthy body. Alleged. Although evidence is insufficient, he is alleged to be involved in the incident. Peck. A hungry little bird pecks at seeds that have fallen to the ground. Wreck. A violent storm wrecked the luxury liner near the shore. Checkup. To maintain his health, he goes to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup once a year. Conjecture. With insufficient evidence at present, talking about the culprit's motive is nothing more than conjecture. Conjecture. With insufficient evidence at present, talking about the culprit's motive is nothing more than conjecture. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of countermeasures for environmental problems. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of countermeasures for environmental problems. Architectural. The building is an architectural masterpiece that combines modern design with traditional style. Intellectual. She has an intellectual curiosity that makes her constantly seek out new knowledge through reading. Breakfast. In order to live a healthy life, I try to eat a nutritious and balanced breakfast every morning. Reckless. Reckless driving in heavy rain puts not only your own life, but also the lives of others at risk. Technical. This manual contains very technical details about repairing the machine. Flexible. He has a flexible way of thinking that allows him to adjust his plans to suit the situation, and he is relied upon by those around him. Mexican. Last night I enjoyed authentic Mexican food, including tacos and nachos, with a friend. Execute. Not only is it necessary to make a plan, but it also requires the ability to execute it accurately. Excellent. His excellent presentation helped us win the contract. Complexity. Expert knowledge is required to understand the complexity of the latest software. Excess. To stay healthy, excess salt and sugar should be avoided. Exercise. I do exercise every day. Excerpt. He introduced excerpts from famous classical literature that particularly impressed him. Exquisite. The museum is filled with exquisite crafts that showcase the artisan's skill. Export. Fresh fruits harvested in this region are exported mainly to Asian countries. Expert. An expert in the field was called in to fix a complex mechanical malfunction. Exploit. Companies cannot be allowed to unfairly exploit workers for profit. Textile. This region has long had a thriving textile industry, and many high-quality textile products are exported. Extra. He set aside extra time after school to study, aiming to prepare perfectly for the exam. Affection. She has a deep affection for her beloved dog, who has lived with her since she was a child. Detection. The latest sensor technology has made it possible to detect even the smallest gas leaks early on. Direction. He checked the map but completely lost track of his direction. Election. In preparation for the next mayoral election, candidates are enthusiastically taking to the streets to promote their policies. Infection. The wound was thoroughly disinfected to prevent bacteria from entering and causing infection. Injection. Doctors chose to treat him with an injection rather than a pill in order to rapidly improve his condition. Inspection. To ensure the safety of aircraft, rigorous inspections are carried out by skilled technicians before departure. Intersection. This intersection has had a high number of accidents, so new traffic lights have recently been installed. Objection. His proposal was met with some strong objections from a budgetary perspective. Projection. Based on past data, next year's sales projections are quite aggressive. Recollection. I met up with an old friend for the first time in decades and indulged in a recollection of fond memories from that time. Reflection. As he gazed upon his own reflection on the water's surface, he reflected on his life so far. Section. Please read this section of the book. Affectionate. He is always affectionate towards his dog. Infectious. Her infectious laugh always brightens up the atmosphere. Rectify. Upon realizing his mistake, he acted immediately to rectify it. Spectacle. The thousands of fireworks that were launched into the night sky were an amazing spectacle that overwhelmed all who saw them. Affected. His speech was very affected and did not resonate much. Connected. Through the internet, people around the world can be connected instantly. Expectancy. Due to advances in medical technology, life expectancy is increasing in many countries. Director. The film director explained the intent of the scene to the actors in detail. Inspector. A fire inspector conducted regular checks to ensure the safety of the building. Sector. He works in the IT sector. Spectator. Tens of thousands of spectators gathered at the stadium to catch a glimpse of the historic match. Unexpected. Unexpected news arrived during the meeting, surprising everyone. Hectic. At this time of year, at the end of the fiscal year, every day is a hectic schedule with no time to catch my breath. Collective. We solved this difficult problem through collective effort. Defective. Upon inspection, it was discovered that some of the products contained defective parts. Detective. A skilled detective tracked down the culprit using the little evidence left at the scene. Directive. A directive was issued from the top to immediately implement the new safety standards. Effective. The new advertising campaign was so effective that sales soared. Objective. It is necessary to avoid bias and conduct an objective evaluation from a third-party perspective. Perspective. In order to understand different cultures, it is important to have a perspective that is different from your own. Perspective. Salespeople visited prospective customers with whom they could close a deal. Protective. It is an instinctive reaction for parents to be protective towards their children. Subjective. Standards of beauty are highly subjective and vary greatly from person to person. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Objectively. We must judge the situation objectively based on facts, without being swayed by emotions. Objectively. We must judge the situation objectively based on facts, without being swayed by emotions. Respectively. A and B are from Tokyo and Osaka, respectively. Respectively. A and B are from Tokyo and Osaka, respectively. Electron. By studying the movement of electrons around the nucleus, the properties of matter can be revealed. Electrify. The announcement of the innovative product electrified the attendees from all over the world. Spectrum. Light that passes through a prism emerges as a spectrum of beautiful colors, like a rainbow. Electrical. The storm caused power lines to be downed, causing electrical outages in the surrounding area. Electric. The number of electric vehicles running around town is increasing, and noise problems are gradually improving. Perplex. The sudden changes in the stock market continue to perplex analysts. Texture. This fabric has a very smooth and pleasant texture because it contains silk. Texture. This fabric has a very smooth and pleasant texture because it contains silk. Text. He sent a short text. Effect. Lack of sleep has a big impact on your work performance the next day. Collect. His hobby is collecting rare stamps from around the world. Connect. I connected the new printer to my computer and completed the setup. Correct. Please double-check that there are no errors in your calculations, and make sure they are correct before submitting. Detect. The latest sensors can detect minute amounts of harmful substances in the air. Effect. The new law has come into effect, but it will take time for its effects to become apparent. Eject. The umpire ordered the player who was playing violently to be ejected from the field. Elect. The people are seriously considering who to elect as their next leader. Erect. The city government decided to erect a new monument in the center of the square. Expect. A good harvest is expected this year, and farmers are happy. Incorrect. That answer is incorrect. Indirect. He avoided direct criticism and expressed his dissatisfaction in an indirect manner. Infect. Viruses infect cells. Inject. The doctor injected the pain-relieving medication into the patient's arm. Inspect. Before shipping, our staff thoroughly inspects the products to ensure there are no defects. Neglect. Neglecting to take care of the garden has allowed weeds to grow out of control. Protect. A new nature reserve has been established to protect endangered species. Reflect. The mirror is reflecting the sunlight. Reject. The proposed budget was rejected at the meeting because it was too unrealistic. Respect. He is polite to everyone and earns deep respect from those around him. Select. From a huge number of candidates, one person who was deemed most suitable was selected. Subject. He is knowledgeable in all areas of science, but particularly enjoys the subject of physics. Suspect. Police are pursuing a man in red who fled the scene as a prime suspect. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Effects. The doctor explained to me about the side effects of the medicine. Cell. The human body is made up of trillions of tiny cells, each of which plays an important role. Compel. Though he had no legal obligation, he felt a moral responsibility and compelled himself to tell the truth. Excel. She excels in mathematics and has won numerous international awards. Expel. After repeatedly violating school rules, He was eventually expelled from school. Farewell. A group of colleagues gathered together to throw a big farewell party for their retiring boss. Foretell. The fortune teller looked into a crystal ball and foretold the auspicious events that would occur in her future. Hell. The fierce battlefield with its constant bombings and screams was a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Personnel. The company has launched a large-scale recruitment drive to fill its shortage of specialized personnel. Propel. The engine's powerful thrust propels the rocket out of the atmosphere. Repel. This special spray has the effect of repelling pests. Sell. He makes a living by selling the fresh vegetables he grows at the market. Shell. His hobby since childhood has been collecting colorful and beautifully shaped shells on the seashore. Smell. The sweet smell of flowers drifting from somewhere announces the arrival of spring. Swell. Because of yesterday's injury, his ankle has swelled to about twice its normal size. Tell. Stop lying and tell me the truth about what happened. Well. He is in such good health that he plans to take part in tomorrow's marathon. Yell. He yelled as hard as he could to make himself heard over the noise. Elbow. He hit his elbow on the desk. Seldom. Rarely spends time relaxing at home on weekday evenings. Elder. Since he was the eldest in the family, he often took care of his younger brothers as an elder. Welfare. The government has introduced a new social welfare system to improve the quality of life of its citizens. Selfish. Don't be so selfish. Welcome. He welcomed his friend who came to visit from far away with a big smile and warm words. Overwhelming. He could only stand there, overcome by the overwhelming sadness he was experiencing for the first time in his life. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Healthy. He never skips a balanced diet and exercise to maintain a healthy body. Wealthy. He succeeded as a businessman and is living a very wealthy life. Rebellion. The peasants, suffering under heavy taxes, finally rose up and launched a rebellion against the government. Rebellious. During her adolescence, she went through a very rebellious period. Held. An important conference on the theme of international peace will be held in Tokyo next week. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Oneself. To maintain health, it is important to pay attention to managing oneself's physical condition. Oneself. To maintain health, it is important to pay attention to managing oneself's physical condition. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Overwhelm. The amount of work far exceeded his expectations, and the new employee was completely overwhelmed. Realm. The scholar has made many groundbreaking discoveries in the realm of physics. Help. If you see someone in trouble, it's important to extend a helping hand without hesitation. Helpless. I feel very helpless. Else. If there is no other way, we need to ask someone else for help. Melt. Due to global warming, Arctic ice is beginning to melt at an unprecedented rate. Health. Even in the midst of busy days, you should not neglect to take care of your health. Wealth. He built up huge wealth. Condemn. The international community has united in severely condemning this despicable terrorist act that attacks innocent people. Gem. The old brooch I found in the corner of the antique shop was truly a hidden gem. Stem. The stem of a plant grows upward in search of sunlight. Embassy. He visited the U.S. Embassy in Minato Ward to apply for a visa. Assemble. On factory lines, many robots quickly assemble precision parts. Resemble. He bears a striking resemblance to his father, even walking the same way. Tremble. Fear and cold made her body tremble. Remember. He still clearly remembers the fun memories he spent with his family when he was a child. Resemblance. He bore an astonishing resemblance to his father, and was easily recognizable from afar. Remembrance. Every year, a remembrance ceremony is held to commemorate the war victims. Emphasis. Placed a strong emphasis on the importance of acquiring basic knowledge in his lectures. Emphasize. In his presentation, he emphasized the importance of quality control in this project. Remnant. A small remnant of an ancient city has been discovered in the middle of the desert. Empathy. Excellent counselors need the ability to understand the suffering of clients and show deep empathy. Temple. Every morning he goes to an old temple in his neighborhood to pray for health and peace for his family. Empire. The ancient empire ruled over vast territories for hundreds of years. Temper. He is usually gentle, but once he loses his temper, he becomes uncontrollable. Temperance. Temperance in eating and drinking is essential to a long and healthy life. Contemporary. The museum displays contemporary works by artists living today. Temporary. This parking lot is temporarily closed due to construction. Emperor. In that ancient state, an emperor with absolute power ruled everything. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Temperament. She has a gentle temperament and rarely gets angry. Temperate. The region's temperate climate makes it pleasant to live in all year round. Contemptuous. When I suggested the plan, he gave me a contemptuous laugh. Empty. He was thirsty, so he drank the water in the glass and left it empty. Attempt. He attempted to climb Mount Everest but was forced to give up due to bad weather. Exempt. If certain conditions are met, the payment of the fee is exempt. Tempt. The sweet smell of dessert tempted her deeply as she was on a diet. Again. It's important not to give up after one failure, but to keep trying again until you succeed. Den. He remodeled the basement of his home to create his own private den or den, where no one would disturb him. Then. I'm going to the library first, then I'm going to meet my friend at the cafe. When she plays the piano, the room is filled with beautiful sounds. Yen. After returning from a trip abroad, I exchanged any leftover foreign currency for yen at the airport counter. Differential. The difference in performance is slight, but there is a large differential in price. Influential. He has very influential connections in the political world, and can sometimes influence policy decisions. Residential. The area is a quiet residential area with few commercial facilities nearby. Intention. From the beginning, he had a strong intention to leave the company and become independent. Intervention. The central bank intervened in the foreign exchange market, putting a stop to the yen's depreciation. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Eventual. Although many difficulties were faced, persistent negotiations led to an eventual agreement. Agenda. The agenda for today's meeting includes a budget reduction plan. Expenditure. The government decided to increase expenditure on public works to stimulate the economy. Expenditure. The government decided to increase expenditure on public works to stimulate the economy. Splendid. The view from the summit was so splendid that it could not be expressed in words. Tendency. He has a tendency to fidget unconsciously when he gets tired. Attendance. Attendance at today's seminar far exceeded expectations. Independence. After many years of struggle, the country finally won its independence from other countries. Attendant. Flight attendants work to ensure the safety and comfort of passengers. Defendant. Throughout the trial, the defendant continued to vigorously maintain his innocence. Dependent. Children are dependent on their parents for a long time to survive. Independent. After graduating from university, he has been living an independent life without receiving any money from his parents. Superintendent. The building superintendent oversees all repairs and cleaning of the facilities. Tremendous. After a tremendous effort, he finally broke the world record. Gender. In modern society, everyone should be given equal opportunities regardless of their gender. Render. Due to the sudden power outage, even the latest computer was rendered into just a box. Splendor. The interior of the palace was decorated with luxurious ornaments and jewels, and I was overwhelmed by its splendor. Surrender. The enemy army was surrounded and finally raised a white flag to surrender completely. Tender. She wrapped the injured small bird with a tender touch. Vendor. On weekends, many vendors selling food and miscellaneous goods gather in the park. Endurance. Completing a marathon requires not only physical strength but also mental endurance. Tenderness. The mother stroked the forehead of her child, who was bedridden with a fever, with tenderness. Depending. Decisions about whether to cancel an outdoor event will depend on the weather on the day. Vending. I bought a cold drink from a vending machine installed on the station platform. Enmity. Deep enmity existed between the two families for generations. Indispensable. In modern life, the internet is an indispensable tool for obtaining information. Sensible. He made a sensible decision. Sensitive. She is very sensitive to other people's emotions and notices even the smallest changes. Density. As population density in urban areas increases, traffic congestion and housing shortages become serious. Intensity. With the approach of the typhoon, the intensity of the wind and rain increased further. Census. Every 5 years, the government conducts a census to understand the actual living conditions of its citizens. Consensus. After several hours of discussion, consensus was finally reached on a new course of action. Censor. The government strictly censored the content of news articles under the pretext of protecting state secrets. Comprehensive. The report contains a comprehensive analysis of the current state of the market. Expensive. Living in the city center is very expensive with high rents and prices. Extensive. The earthquake caused extensive damage across a wide area of the city. Inexpensive. This store offers high-quality clothing at relatively inexpensive prices. Intensive. In order to improve my language skills in a short period of time, I underwent a month of intensive training. Offensive. Such offensive behavior in public places should be strictly discouraged. Senses. He used his 5 keen senses to detect the slightest abnormality in the forest. Commencement. Many family members attended the university's commencement ceremony in June. Conventional. He doesn't like new methods and always sticks to conventional ways. Confidential. This document contains personal information about the client and must be treated confidentially. Essential. Mutual respect and trust are essential elements for building good relationships. Potential. Although he is still young, he has great potential to become a global player in the future. Apprehension. Before his first overseas posting, he felt more anxiety and apprehension than excitement. Attention. The teacher drew the student's attention to an important mathematical equation written on the board. Comprehension. The math problem was so difficult that it was completely beyond my comprehension. Contention. There has been a long-standing contention between 2 families over ownership of the land. Convention. Every year at this time, an international convention is held, bringing together experts from around the world. Dimension. The sculpture shows completely different dimensions depending on how light and shadow hit it. Extension. I asked my boss if I could extend the deadline for the project by just 1 week. Invention. Edison's invention of the light bulb was a revolutionary invention that transformed people's lives. Mention. Made sure to mention his family, who have supported his success. Pension. After retiring, he is living a peaceful life while receiving the pension he has saved up over the years. Prevention. Security cameras are installed all over the city to prevent crime. Retention. An employee retention program was introduced to keep talented employees within the company. Suspension. Due to repeated rule violations, he was suspended by the league for several games. Tension. As the tense negotiations continued, a tense atmosphere hung over the conference room. Differentiate. Consumers can differentiate between genuine and counterfeit goods based on differences in quality. Plentiful. The village has abundant water sources and always has plentiful water to grow crops. Identify. The police succeeded in identifying the culprit from the security camera footage. Unidentified. An unidentified flying object was spotted in the night sky, causing a big commotion. Ventilate. As a measure against infectious diseases, it is recommended to open windows regularly to ventilate the room. Sentiment. Investors are increasingly bullish about the future of the market. Representative. As a representative of her class, she submitted a request to the principal. Tentative. Although the details have not yet been decided, we have created a tentative plan for next month's schedule. Entity. The subsidiary became independent from the parent company and now operates as a separate legal entity. Accidental. It was an accidental discovery. Continental. Because this region is far from the sea, it has a continental climate with hot summers and very cold winters. Detrimental. Sleep deprivation has a highly detrimental effect on brain function and health. Environmental. To stop global warming, environmental conservation efforts are needed on a global scale. Experimental. The laboratory conducts experimental attempts to develop new energy sources. Fundamental. Literacy, writing, and arithmetic are fundamental skills that underlie all learning. Gentle. She has a very gentle personality and treats everyone with courtesy. Mental. Long hours of desk work not only causes physical fatigue, but also serious mental stress. Occidental. The museum not only houses Eastern art, but also objects that represent Occidental culture. Oriental. He is a collector of Oriental ceramics, with a particular preference for old Amari ware from Japan. Ornamental. In the middle of the garden, an ornamental pond was created, which had no practical use but was very beautiful. Parental. Parental love and proper education are essential for a child's healthy development. Momentum. In the second half of the game, the team picked up momentum with some great plays and pulled off a comeback victory. Repentance. He deeply acknowledged his sins and showed sincere repentance. Sentence. The judge gave the defendant a harsh sentence of 10 years in prison. Apprentice. He began his career as an apprentice to a skilled carpenter. Dentist. The pain from my toothache became unbearable, so I made an appointment to see the dentist after school. Mentor. He is not just my boss, but also a wonderful mentor who has shown me the way in life. Enter. He entered the room where the interview was taking place with a nervous look. Inventor. Edison, a great inventor, completed the light bulb after numerous failures. Enterprise. Not afraid of risk, he embarked on a bold enterprise, a new IT business. Identical. I compared the two photos, but they were completely identical down to the smallest detail, making it impossible to tell them apart. Authentic. This restaurant serves authentic Italian cuisine, made with carefully selected ingredients. Attentive. He was very attentive to his customers' needs and provided the best possible service. Incentive. To motivate employees, the company introduced incentives based on sales. Plenty. We need to store plenty of food to get through the winter. Memento. To commemorate my trip, I purchased a small wooden statue made by a local craftsman as a memento. Entrance. The building's grand entrance is lined with beautiful marble columns. Eccentric. He is known for his eccentric personality, but his artistic talent is genuine. Elementary. He noticed the elementary mistake in the problem and corrected it immediately. Envelope. He carefully folded the important letter and placed it in an addressed envelope. Envy. Her brilliant success became the object of envy among her colleagues. Envious. He felt a little envious when he saw his friend buy the latest sports car. Envoy. To ease tensions between the two countries, the government sent an envoy to the area to negotiate peace. Clench. He clenched his teeth tightly to suppress his anger. Amend. The Parliament decided to amend some parts of the old law that no longer fit the current situation. Apprehend. After months of investigation, the police finally apprehended the suspect. Ascend. The mountaineers carefully climbed the steep rock wall and finally ascended to the summit. Attend. He attended the annual international conference to grasp the latest industry trends. Bend. He bent down to pick up the key on the ground and reached for it. Blend. He blended several types of beans to make coffee to his liking. Commend. The principal commended the student who helped a friend with a brave act in front of all students. Comprehend. The theory is so complex that it is difficult for non-specialists to fully comprehend it. Contend. He tenaciously contended in court until the end to prove his innocence. Defend. The lawyer defended the defendant, who insisted on his innocence with all his might. Depend. Our success depends on how much all team members can cooperate. Descend. The airplane slowly lowered its altitude for landing and descended below the clouds. End. He read to the end of the story and felt deeply moved. Expend. He expended a great deal of energy to complete that magnificent project. Extend. He decided to extend his stay by 1 week, because he wanted to travel more in this country. Intend. He intends to study abroad next year to deepen his specialized knowledge at a university overseas. Lend. Seeing his friend in trouble, he willingly lent him travel expenses. Mend. She carefully mended her favorite torn skirt using a needle and thread. Offend. I want to avoid offending anyone. Pretend. He pretended to know nothing to hide his surprise. Recommend. He liked the restaurant's food very much, so he recommended his friends to go there too. Send. She sent a letter full of gratitude to her grandparents living far away. Spend. He spent a lot of time reading and studying to make it a meaningful vacation. Suspend. Operations of that line were temporarily suspended due to the risk of landslides caused by heavy rain. Tend. He tends to stay up late. Trend. That is the new fashion trend. Amendment. There was a heated debate in Parliament about amendments to the Constitution. Condense. Please condense the contents of a complex report into just the main points. Dense. The forest was shrouded in such dense fog that it was impossible to see more than a few meters ahead. Dispense. This machine automatically dispenses drinks at the touch of a button. Expense. Introducing a new system is expected to be quite expensive. Hence. He is still inexperienced and therefore needs support from those around him. Immense. Through his charitable work, he made an immense contribution to the local community. Intense. Working under the midsummer sun was more intensely hot than I had imagined. Offense. Such behavior in public places is an offense to many people. Pretense. He pretended to be kind, but it was just a pretense. Sense. Her instinctive sense told her that danger was approaching. Tense. There was a tense atmosphere in the classroom as we waited for the test results. Against. He pushed through the opposition of those around him and stuck to his beliefs. Ascent. The steep ascent was extremely difficult, but the view from the top was amazing. Consent. Before undergoing surgery, the doctor explained the risks to me and I signed a consent form. Dissent. Several members expressed strong dissent with the proposed new rules. Extent. Investigations are currently underway to accurately determine the extent of the damage. Intent. She gazed intently at the master's painting with an intent expression on her face. Invent. He invented revolutionary new tools to make everyday life more convenient. Lament. He still deeply laments that he missed an important opportunity due to his carelessness. Meant. What she said was never meant to hurt you. Prevent. Regular health checkups help detect illness early and prevent it from becoming serious. Rent. He decided to rent an apartment in a convenient location in the city center. Repent. He sincerely repented of his past mistakes and started a new life. Represent. As a representative of his country, he represented the country as the flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Resent. He is secretly resentful that he is the only one being forced to do the tough work. Scent. The sweet scent of the roses blooming in the garden carried on the wind to the room. Sent. She sent a heartfelt message card to her friend for her birthday. Vent. He works up a sweat at the gym on weekends to vent his pent-up stress. Went. After work, she went to a restaurant to have dinner with a friend. Contentment. After retiring, he lives a quiet life in the countryside and finds great contentment. Lengthen. As the sun sets, you can see the shadows of the trees lengthen on the ground. Strengthen. To strengthen team unity, we decided to hold a social gathering over the weekend. Lengthy. The discussion became complicated, and the meeting lasted far beyond the originally planned time, becoming lengthy. Length. The bridge's length is over 1 kilometer. Strength. He has great strength. Step. He walked up the stairs step by step until he finally reached the roof. Conceptual. Before writing the code for a program, first complete a conceptual blueprint of the entire project. Stepfather. After losing her biological father, she grew up supported by her kind stepfather. Exceptional. She has exceptional talent in piano and has won international competitions. Receptionist. At the office entrance, a smiling receptionist guided visitors in. Conception. It took 10 years from conception to launch of this revolutionary product. Exception. The general rule is that everyone must participate, but exceptions are permitted for health reasons only. Inception. The charity has helped many children since its inception in 1990. Perception. She is too concerned about how others perceive her and is unable to act freely. Reception. After giving my name at the hotel reception, I was immediately shown to my room. Acceptable. The proposal is acceptable to all of us. Skeptical. He is very skeptical about the effectiveness of the new drug and wants further testing. Reptile. Reptiles such as snakes and turtles are cold-blooded animals whose body temperature changes with changes in temperature. Deceptive. The advertisement's language is deceptive and may mislead consumers. Accept. He admitted his mistake and sincerely accepted the harsh criticism from those around him. Except. The store is open every day from 9 a.m., except Sundays. Depth. The lake is over 100 meters deep at its deepest point. Fair. He tends to become so absorbed in his work that he neglects his personal affairs. Air. Opening the window and letting in fresh air from the room is very refreshing. Aware. He is very aware of how his words affect those around him. Bear. Unable to bear the heat, he took off his jacket, revealing his bare arms. Bear. She bears an unbearable amount of grief, but tries her best to look forward. Beware. When walking on mountain trails, you must be careful of falling rocks and wild animals. Care. He always shows great care for the people around him. Compare. There's no need to feel down by comparing your weaknesses with other people's strengths. Dare. Dare to climb the dangerous cliff despite those around him telling him not to. Declare. The president, in a televised address, declared a national emergency. Despair. Constant misfortune had driven him to the brink of deep despair. Fair. The judges were impartial and always gave fair decisions. Fare. Due to rising fuel prices, bus and taxi fares will be increased from next month. Flair. She has a unique flair for fashion and always attracts attention. Flare. The stranded climber sent off a flare to alert rescuers to his location. Glare. He put on sunglasses to block the glare of the strong sunlight. Heir. As the sole heir to a huge inheritance, he carries the expectations of his family. Impair. Lack of sleep and excessive alcohol consumption can significantly impair the brain's judgment capabilities. Millionaire. He became a millionaire at a young age. Prayer. Every night, she says a quiet prayer for the health of her family and world peace. Prepare. I need to prepare for the test. Questionnaire. In order to improve our services, we asked our customers to fill out a simple questionnaire. Rare. It is very rare to see the bird in this area. Repair. When I brought my broken watch to the shop, a skilled craftsman repaired it perfectly within a few days. Scare. Don't scare me with things like that. Share. Don't keep your great ideas to yourself. Share them with your team. Snare. To capture their prey, hunters set ingenious snares in the brush along animal trails. Bear. In case of a flat tire, I always keep a spare tire in the trunk of my car. Square. The vast square in the center of the city attracts many tourists. Stair. Instead of using the elevator, he ran up the stairs one step at a time to the 5th floor. Stare. He was so overwhelmed by the beauty of the scenery that he lost track of time and simply stared. Swear. He swears before his friends that he will never make the same mistake again. Tear. He was so frustrated that he tore the manuscript he had just finished in two. There. He noticed his friend standing there around the corner and gave him a big wave. Unaware. She was completely unaware of the suspicious person approaching her from behind. Unfair. It is extremely unfair to not receive fair recognition for your abilities. Wear. In the winter, he wears the warm woolen sweater his grandmother knitted for him. Where? I'm looking through brochures and considering where I should go on my next vacation. Thereby. He introduced the latest machinery and increased efficiency, thereby succeeding in reducing costs. Therefore. There was a severe storm last night. Therefore, public transport schedules are severely disrupted this morning. Warehouse. Before shipping, products are stored in large warehouses near the ports. Shareholder. A meeting was held with major shareholders gathering to decide the company's management policy. Staircase. What caught my eye was the impressive spiral staircase leading from the lobby to the 2nd floor. Aircraft. A stealth aircraft utilizing the latest technology was unveiled at an air show. Airline. He booked a ticket for his overseas business trip with a major airline with a good reputation for service. Chairman. The meeting was moderated by a chairman, and all attendees were given the opportunity to express their opinions. Awareness. An awareness event was held to raise social awareness of environmental issues. Fairness. Referees are expected to maintain fairness at all times, without being influenced by personal feelings. Airport. After a long journey, he finally arrived at his destination airport and breathed a sigh of relief. Chairperson. To ensure the meeting proceeded smoothly, the chairman listened to the opinions of each attendee fairly. Airplane. He was looking out the window at an airplane flying across the blue sky, leaving a white streak behind it. Scared. Surprised by the sudden darkness, he stood frozen, scared like a child. Scarce. Due to the drought, drinking water is very scarce in the area. Scarcely. He was so surprised that he could scarcely speak a word. Tears. Tears welled up in her eyes after seeing the movie's touching final scene. Assess. Experts were called in to assess the damage caused by the floods. Bless. May God bless you and your family with health and happiness. Confess. I honestly confess that I haven't finished reading the book yet. Depress. Economic news has begun to depress many investors. Distress. The hikers were in deep distress and sent out a signal. Dress. For the award ceremony, he had to dress in formal attire. Express. It can be difficult to express your feelings in a foreign language. Guess. Try to guess how many candies are in the jar. Impress. Her performance was enough to impress even the harshest critics. Less. For good health, you should try to eat more vegetables and less sugar. Mess. My room is a complete mess and needs to be tidied up. Nevertheless. The task was difficult, but nevertheless she finished it on time. Nonetheless. It rained. Nonetheless he went. Obsess. Don't obsess over small mistakes. Focus on the overall situation. Press. The dictator used the military to oppress the local people. Possess. He does not possess the skills necessary for this technical job. Press. Please press the button. Profess. Despite the evidence, he continued to profess his innocence. Recess. The students ran out onto the playground during the morning recess. Repress. He tried to repress painful memories from his childhood. Stress. I feel work stress. Success. Hard work and perseverance are the keys to professional success. Suppress. She struggled to suppress laughter during the serious meeting. Unless. You cannot enter the building unless you have a permit. Congestion. During rush hour, urban roads are subject to severe traffic congestion. Digestion. He has a weak stomach, so he always carries medicine to help with digestion. Question. He raised fundamental questions about the validity of the theory. Suggestion. At the end of the meeting, the new employee made a very sharp suggestion. Successful. After many years of hard work, he finally made his business a successful one. Assessment. The expert team conducted a detailed assessment of the damage to the building caused by the earthquake. Trespass. Entering private property without permission is considered a trespass by law. Pedestrian. At intersections without traffic lights, cars must give first priority to the safety of pedestrians. Grotesque. The monster sculpture was so grotesque that it terrified those who saw it. Arrest. Police finally succeeded in arresting a highly wanted criminal after years of pursuit. Attest. Numerous witnesses attest to the truth of his claims. Best. He was the best performer on the team and was named Player of the Year. Breast. She held the newborn baby to her breast and cradled it tenderly. Chest. He keeps his precious mementos in a sturdy wooden chest. Crest. The climbers finally reached the mountain's crest and raised the flag in victory. Depressed. He has had a string of failures at work and seems extremely depressed lately. Digest. In order to absorb nutrients efficiently, food needs to be thoroughly digested in the stomach. Invest. We decided to invest funds in new technologies for future growth. Jest. What he said was just a joke, but she took it seriously. Lest. He left home early so as not to be late and miss an important meeting. Nest. In spring, many birds build nests under the eaves and begin raising their young. Obsessed. He strives for perfection so much that he tends to become obsessed with even the smallest details. Quest. He embarked on a long quest across the world in search of the truth. Request. I requested the materials from him. Rest. After strenuous exercise, it is important to get enough rest to allow your muscles to recover. Suggest. To break the deadlock in the meeting, he suggested an entirely new solution. Restless. He was restless last night due to his anxiety. Investment. With an eye on future growth, we have decided to increase our investment in technology companies. Flesh. He exercises to maintain a healthy flesh. Fresh. Every morning, we prepare our dishes using fresh vegetables delivered from the market. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Freshman. Freshmen, who had just entered university, entered the school gates with a mixture of excitement and anxiety on their faces. Threshold. Full of expectation for his new life, he crossed the threshold of his new home. Bet. He decided to trust his instincts and bet all his money on the horse. Debt. As a result of his lavish lifestyle, he ended up with a lot of debt. 8. He has books, pens, etc. notebooks. Forget. No matter how busy you are, you should never forget to be grateful. Get. He went to the library to get the information he needed. lets his children do what they want. Lets his children do what they want. Regret. He now bitterly regrets not having studied more when he was younger. Set. The sight of the sun setting behind the horizon was breathtaking. Sweat. After a strenuous workout, a profuse amount of sweat was streaming down his forehead. Threat. Global warming is a serious threat to the future of humanity. Upset. She is very upset because she broke an important vase. Wet. I was caught in a sudden rain shower and my clothes got completely wet. Yet. He knows the flaws in the plan, but he still intends to go ahead with it. Forgetful. He has become so forgetful recently that he forgets where he put his keys. Breath. After a strenuous workout, he sat down on a bench out of breath. Death. He spent his life advocating for peace and passed away peacefully. Deathbed. On his deathbed, he confessed to his family a secret he had kept hidden for many years. Ethnic. The city is home to a diverse range of ethnic groups, maintaining its cultural diversity. He picked up the book on the table and began to read. Impolite. Interrupting others while they are speaking is considered a very impolite act. In. He packed all his old toys into a big box.